7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Timothy Mike McKernan, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. And you are welcome to participate in said presentation by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646, by calling in at 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines, and, of course, by opening up your YouTube app, typing in the TMA STL channel, and subscribing to it and interacting with other friends in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Jackson Burkett has prepared a Friday smorgasbord for you, Doug, leading into the weekend. Here is the PolosPlus.com dossier to open up our healthcare revolution 7 o'clock hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from Ladue High School, Jackson Burkett.
Okay, let's hear what you got, Phillip. I think we're going to have Joey Vitale on. I'm awaiting response from Joe.
That didn't sound real definitive.
But he's on every Friday, so he knows it's a standing date.
I believe he's compensated for it, candidly.
Yeah, so he knows. We'll have Joey Vitale on.
He is in SoCal.
I know.
A little early there, up
but he wakes up
in the
early.
morning to bake sourdough when he's in St. Louis.
But
he might be at the Viper Room for all we know right
I
now.
would be surprised.
He's famous for being on the road and going right to bed. Like all the guys that travel say, they never see him. He just goes right to bed.
You know what he is? I'll tell you what he is. Family man with a family plan.
And probably exhausted because he's got all those animals and kids. He's got I don't know, more
birds.
kids or animals. How many? Whatever. So he just crashes. So he'll be fine. He should be up. Maybe he's up right now. Text him.
Drops of the Week brought to you by VIP Auto Accessories.
Thank you, Tommy Sabulka.
Yep.
Thank you, Brian Gregg. Wonderful people. VIPAutoAccessories.com. Doug, I'm taking my whip in there. I'm going to get it tinted because we just want to see who's driving the whip on the phone book.
Okay.
Do you
Can't see the phone books.
feelers?
That's right.
Still a thing.
I think Emmanuel Lewis had little, stilts that he used to handle the gas.
Is he still with us?
Yeah, surprise guest.
Tinted windows used to be
looks like
illegal.
now.
Can you get those now? Tinted windows are okay on the
Yeah,
front?
and not only can you get them with Tommy Sabulka and Brian Grigg over at VIPAutoAccessories.com.
Just probably not too dark, because the police have to be able to get in there and see if you're sitting on phone books or not.
That's correct.
We will have Chris Pronger on at 9:30.
Prongs. Remember
He's
that song, the
also
song
on the
songs?
West
That's
Coast.
Cisco? Oh, he's on the West Coast?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
He said he's good to go, but he said, make it a good one and promote my damn events, would you?
Who's he got going on?
Well, he has his book that's coming out.
Earned, Doug.
Earned.
He's a social media superstar.
Yeah.
He is active as they can be, as can be, but he has a bunch of book signing events and appearances around St. Louis. So I'd say we put him to the test if he knows all of said appearances, since he wants to promote those. Because I think a lot of times we get the guest on, and then Tim at the end we say, oh, that's right, you've got a charitable thing. Wait, we're up against it. If you could real quick, just name the website and
We
they
got
can look it up.
traffic and weather on the fives.
Yeah, so hopefully we're not up against it with Pronger.
We'll have to design their heating and cooling email today.
How about that, Doug?
Okay, that's nice.
And that'll be your program.
Okay.
Who's Your Daddy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. He hears that PolosPlus.com dossier and says, hell yeah, brother.
Big time.
He's excited by it.
Damn right he is.
What's there not to be excited about?
Thank you. I think to me, the lead is that Chairman Kurt is the Barry Gordy of our generation with this song. It is taking off. Chairman Kurt, what is the latest development with Navy caps on the road? I swear to you, I woke up this morning and it was my earworm that was able to fight through all the sleeping pills I took, and it stirred me from my REM sleep.
My sources are looking at a target date of next week to get that going down the hall.
Wow. And now you say down the hall. I mean, we have KC 95. We have 106.5 of the Arch. We have 92.3 WIL. And we have 105.7 The Point. All of them?
The person I'm working with has just mentioned the Arch and the Point. Have not discussed WIL or KC, but the more the merrier, really.
Maybe get Sammy Hagar to do a version and get that on KC 95.
He might just do it.
We might just.
Yeah.
He'd be a good surprise.
Kenny Chesney could do it for WIL.
There you go. What about that Ella Langley who Jackson doesn't like?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I like Ella Langley.
But when you're doing your Mount Rushmore, it was like Brittany Griner and You know,
Oh, gosh.
That's false.
I don't know.
That's false.
I can have the audio played back if Tanner shows up early.
I'll absolutely welcome that because I know I didn't say that. I've said a lot of nonsense on this show, but I wouldn't say that.
I on QFTA yesterday, Doug, which lasted 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
What in the world do you talk about after going 4 hours here?
I could drive to Springfield, Illinois, turn around and come back, and you guys would still be yapping.
Still be going. Brian Henshin, who's covering the Final Four in Indianapolis, said we were wrapping it up. He left, and then he came back a half hour later, and we were still going. But what extended the program for a special treat was I have never seen, as I would imagine, none of the three of us have, dating apps, because we've all been with our lovely ladies going back pre-dating apps. And I don't even know how the topic came up, but then again, I don't know how any of the topics come up on that show. And so live on the podcast, I got to scroll through Jackson's, I don't know, was it Hinge or Bumble?
Hinge account.
And I'll be honest with you, what I was doing, I was seeing what the word was.
What is the word?
The word isn't bad.
Is that right?
The word isn't bad.
The word is not bad.
No, the sun shines brightly on the St. Louis area.
How about that?
Does
Take
it
that,
really?
Gary Cohen, right, Martin?
Yeah, oh yeah. It's chance. We have a chance for our rebuttal. We've had time to sit with Gary Cohen's hurtful remarks, and we will be responding in kind, starting with our apps.
Well, what makes Hinge different than the others?
I
What
would say
are
it's-
the apps?
The big three are Hinge, Bumble, and Tinder.
Hinge, Bumble, Tinder. And I feel like Tinder, when you say that, people immediately think hookups and sex, right? When you say Tinder, oh, what are you on Tinder? As opposed to getting a cup of coffee.
And then they say things like they call you a heathen, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is that right, really?
I think probably.
None of them are about getting a cup of coffee, are they?
I don't think there's.
Are they really?
Well, not coffee specifically.
Well, their
That's a
age
fine
range.
first
What if
thing.
you're 60 and you want to
You
like,
can set your parameters.
but would you still use Tinder, or is that just for the naughty
It's a nice
folks?
question. I like these questions.
You know, I'm not too well versed in what the over 55 crowd likes to
Okay.
use to hook up.
That's fair.
right. But
The PGA Tour champions.
So you're
the
in,
Champions
but
Tour
you're
dating.
in, your in-person go-to is, hey, what are you drinking? I'll buy the next one or whatever, some variation of that.
Right.
What is it online? Is it simply your resume?
It depends. Yeah, I send over a cover letter. No, it depends on the person. You know, they put like up little quotes about themselves or little things they want to talk about.
I
and
like dogs.
more or less. Yeah, they're all pretty much the same. They all allow the same kind of thing.
But what stood out to me, let me ask you boys this, huh? I asked Papers, I said, when you contact a lass, what is your response rate? Basically, your batting average. And I'm not talking about what leads to light hand play. I'm talking about when you actually get a response. Doug Martin, fire a bet at the pot.
35%.
Okay.
It would depend on what they look like and what you look like, I would think.
Well, you see what Papers looks like. He's a strapping boy.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're talking about me specifically.
Okay. And responses, and they say anything at all?
Correct.
Like, hi is good enough, which kind of is a brush off just to be polite.
We're counting it. Put that one up on the
Counting
board.
it.
Okay, well, now I'm
Okay.
going to up my
Crooked
number a little bit then.
Crooked number.
42%.
Martin has moved it to 42%.
And this is not a shot at Papers and his body of work, because I think he's a delight. I just think in general, there's probably a lot of people that just ignore.
Right.
Yeah. I'll say 35%.
Okay.
25%. Yeah.
25%.
25.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the average response? Like, what do they typically say back? Hey, fella.
It all depends on, like, there's different prompts you can use on Hinge and stuff, so you respond accordingly, and then they'll respond back. It's tough to be like, what is the average?
How long before you get around to what high school did you go to?
Oh, that's probably you. That's your closer right there. That's your closer.
It shows, like, your hometown, and usually it just says St. Louis, but sometimes people get specific.
Oh.
Yeah. But
Okay.
that doesn't come up that often.
And Bumble is which one? What is Bumble?
Bumble is famous for, like, the girls have to, like, lead. Like, they send the first message.
Okay.
And that's still what the policy is now?
Yeah. Yep. It's like Sadie Hawkins, an online Sadie Hawkins.
Online Sadie Hawkins.
Yeah.
So has that eliminated the barroom banter?
No.
That's what I was asking him.
Not
And he said of
entirely.
all of the lasses he's been with, and there's thousands, only one came from meeting at a cocktail lounge or speakeasy.
Post-college. Post-college.
Well, it's got to be a lot easier to meet people this way than running around bars and drinking.
I've talked about before. It's just sometimes easy to get like your foot in the door. You know, it's like, oh, are you going out tonight? Yeah, we'll be around here.
Without the in-person rejection.
Right, or it's just like, yeah, I'll be out there. If you see me, come say what's up.
We Too Low is asking a question, Jackson, if you're taking them. I know Doug doesn't take them.
Sure.
Send what percentage of your contacts is the lady reaching out to you? So she's initiating.
On Hinge, that it's like 50-50 between Hinge, Bumble.
So Doug, would that be 12.5%?
I guess so.
Yeah. Probably that.
Well, good for you. It's not easy, right? It's just you're getting into the box.
This is a guy who wants to be married. He wants to be a father. He'll be a wonderful husband, a wonderful father. And the lady, that's 75%. You know what they're doing, Doug? They're missing out. They're missing out.
Thanks, man. I
But
appreciate that.
you think it's because you're interested in swinging? Is that what you
I'm
just
not
said?
interested in
So
swinging.
you do put that on the profile?
Although I did see something yesterday on Bumble where it was clearly a couple really into each other, man and woman, and they were like up for anything was like their quote. Like their little description was up for anything. It was just
What does
two
that
of them.
mean?
Well, clearly they're looking for the more popular.
Oh, really?
Gosh.
It was evident. It was a mustache.
How do you know they weren't looking for the less popular?
Well, because they said, well, in theory, I guess they could be on both man and
Yeah, you ought
woman's
to
accounts.
apologize to them.
I guess if they're saying up for anything, it was a mustache gentleman, and a very attractive woman.
And they put their pictures right up there.
Yeah, just the two of them were in every picture.
Isn't that kind of dangerous? I mean, it could get out and about all over town, right?
It didn't seem like they were too shy about
didn't
their
care.
proclivities.
Okay.
And then your first date is what? What's the go-to? Okay, Susie responded.
Grab a drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tam Ave?
Probably not for like
'Cause that's
a
your
first
home
date
turf.
setting. Yeah. That's where you eat.
Okay.
I follow it.
Yeah. So probably not on the first one. You're a little nicer. You can go a little nicer than. Not to say Tam Ave is not nice.
Oh, you're a Wright's Tavern guy, huh?
But that's like going out to like watch a game with your buddies or hang out.
You'd
know?
rather go to a swingers bar.
Yeah. I'd rather
Didn't
go.
Chairman Steve spot you? You were having a cocktail with a date.
Yes.
And you were so excited to see him when you walked in, he said.
Yeah, I was thrilled.
I picked
No,
up a read right there.
I love Steve.
Screams.
I love Chairman Steve. No, he was being very respectful.
Are there any dating apps in which the goal is to get together and listen to TMA? That's from Eric in the Central
are
West
great
End. Doug, are you aware of any apps where
I'm
listeners...
really not. I'm sure it's out there.
So you just sit by your mantle, put your phone up there, and just sit cross-legged. Pour a
sit for
snifter.
4 hours and
Yeah.
angrily text in about
Yeah.
the thing you're
Yeah,
listening
4
to
hours.
for 240 minutes?
Yeah.
Have you ever gone on a date? You tell her what you do, and then like a week later, she's like, I did listen to that program you're part of. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we're not right for each other.
That's never happened.
Okay. Just being honest.
I'll call you, Jackson. That's from the chairman of the National Swingers Convention. So it sounds like you're in.
I'm in for a call. Yeah.
How often do women approach you on Bumble?
Because they take the lead. We
Yeah.
just learned
It's only
this.
been a couple weeks since I've been back on these things, so my data sample is
So it's never happened?
no, that's not true. The last girlfriend I had was from Bumble.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
And what's your profile? I don't want to get too much in your business, but you're kind of under the microscope here. So what do you put on? Do you put on your zodiac sign? Hey, I like Mizzou pajamas. Like what do you put on there?
Yeah, I don't need to say
Have a
it because I
French
have
pillow.
a picture of myself in full onesie Mizzou pajamas, tucked in bed with some warm milk. No, I don't know. I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, what
You
do
can put your height on there.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I began to focus on because I'm like, well, then I'd be doomed, or even worse.
You don't have to put your height
Then
in.
Jackson and I go, what about putting your weight on there? And he goes, no. And I go, hold on a second. Why is one okay? And by that I meant like the filters.
Right.
You can't filter out weight, but you can filter out height.
Correct.
And I want to stand up for the shorts.
Oh.
Because I can't do it. You think I want this? You think I want this?
That's why you're going to China to get the
That's why
surgery.
I'm going to China, Doug. Got
To get leg extension
Yeah, the leg
surgery.
extensions.
Okay.
I've been wearing lifts.
Yeah.
That's why people go, oh, man, you have great calves. That's because I've been wearing high heels since like 16.
That's hot. I don't care who says it isn't.
Thank you.
Right. Then you could just say you're whatever. That's the thing, though. You could just lie about height.
But
then eventually,
inevitably the time comes.
You'd be exposed. Yeah.
But why can't there be a weight filter?
Well, I think that's a deeper societal question.
Okay, I'm asking you.
Why do I think that? Because it would make people feel bad. Not to say,
do you think I feel good about this?
Not to say, I know. I understand it's a double standard.
And I can't do anything about it.
I understand it's a double standard.
Exactly, and that's what I want to call to attention.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't fault a woman for going, I don't want somebody who's smaller than me, or if I can pick my shot, I'd prefer a guy who's 6'1" or above.
Right.
Just like if they can call their shot, you want somebody who's got a bunch of money. I have no problem with that.
Right. But if it's weight.
I'm not in the feelings business, in case that hasn't been made clear.
Gosh.
Well, then you should start a dating app where people can filter out based on weight. You can make a lot of money, probably.
Well, weight changes day to day. It can, anyway.
Right. And height, like, if you're
Depending on your lifts.
Yeah, right. But
Before China,
if it's like
after.
Yeah, right. Yeah. After China. If there's a 6'5" gentleman, he might weigh 220, but he's in pretty good shape. Whereas if a guy who's 5'8" is 220, he's more of a weeble wobble.
Yes.
Yeah, weeble wobble.
Okay.
So watch this. Weebles wobble, but
They don't fall down.
Nice.
What do you like about a weeble? Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down.
Man, I like that.
Are they still going?
I don't know. I haven't seen them in a while.
Cool.
If you have Weeble Wobbles, call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Talk it over with friends who have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, they are in there. It looks like they're breaking down Illinois and UConn, that festivity. Why it's approaching here now, and I'm going to say about 33 hours away. Illinois, the number has dropped to -1.5. Your total, 139.5. And Michigan remains at -1.5 over Arizona. Total there over 157.5. I realize it's chalky. I realize it's squarey, but I love, Doug, I hate to do this to you.
What?
I love
gosh, look at
the
that
over on Michigan and Arizona.
Do
If
you?
there was a play I would make, that's the play that I would make. Those two teams are in another world offensively. Papers, how do you feel about that? 157.5 over OVER.
Is that the alt or is that what the line said?
That's just the line, baby.
Moved down, I guess. I thought it was at 159. Yeah, I like that a lot. I like the under in the UConn-Illinois game because I think if you're going to do that, if you take the under, I think it behooves you to also take Illinois money line because if it's going to go under, I feel like that benefits Illinois.
It's Anthony Stalter strategy.
Is that right?
Yep.
And then Michigan-Arizona, yeah, love the over.
Okay, there it is.
I also really like Merez Johnson over 11.5 points.
Oh, do you think it's going to be personal?
Probably a little, yeah.
Brad Underwood talking about the matchup at the first practice that they held in Indianapolis. Doug, the head coach of the Illini, who has been on this program.
Was he a surprise? No, he was just. It was.
I think he's been on a couple times.
We were on a run there with college coaches. I think in the wake of Frank Haith, we responded in kind with Brad Underwood.
It's great to be here. It's been 9 years of dreaming a big dream since I took the Illinois job, and a lot of people to thank along that. I'd be very remiss if I tried to mention them all, and I would miss somebody. But I'm excited that this group of guys gets to experience this opportunity. We know that we've got a great opponent in UConn, a team that we saw earlier in the year. I'm very grateful for Danny sending a tweet out early in the year after I congratulated him on a win and him being able to foresee that we'd both be here in Indy. But excited for our fans, excited for our university. It's an incredible opportunity. Looking forward to seeing all the orange and blue in Lucas Oil on Saturday night, and looking forward to the challenge of playing a great UConn team, and obviously one that very tough and has no quit in them. So, we're excited to be here.
I don't know why I put
Boy, there was
sound in
no ending. I didn't know when the soundbite was over.
there. I know. That's on me.
Kind of jarring.
Did you do this to your fellow staff, whether it was Jeff Skaversky or Brian Feldman or Jeff Ablin? If you didn't like an audio edit, Doug, would you chastise them in the sports office?
Well, I always had to do the editing, so.
But if
When we worked together, we weren't allowed to touch the equipment.
way back when.
That Tim
that was Mark
Koutsaris
Griffin.
cranking
Tim
it out for
Koutsaris,
you?
who's now a news director in Fort
Florida,
Myers.
yeah.
But Mark Griffin was mostly the sports
That's right.
editor.
Mark
So
Griffin.
sure, we'd really dress him down, act like we were better than him.
Yeah, I mean, we're on-air talent. We're superior.
Right.
I hope people understand that.
They should.
Thank you.
We let him know it.
Has Jackson ever found himself on a date with a husky gal because he got fooled by a headshot-only profile? Thanks, Carlos Spicy Winner, a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah.
Okay, how'd you handle it?
You know, like a gentleman.
Excuse me?
Like a gentleman.
You went to the
Oh,
whole
I thought
date?
you said I like a gentleman.
Oh, yeah.
You handled it.
It turned me. Yeah,
like
it turned me.
That's a different website.
There were a couple of people suggested on Grindr that you would be a stud.
Thanks. No, it's good to have in the back pocket.
Always nice to have a plan B.
No, I handled like a gentleman. Went through the date.
That's
all was
not
well.
a plan B.
Worst comes to
Before you
worst.
get to plan B, you just shut it down. You say, okay, I lost.
Yeah, I handled it. You know,
You went through the whole date.
sure, kind.
And then when
Like,
she
was
called,
it a significant bait and switch? Yep, that's a yes, Doug.
It was a bit of a surprise.
yeah. So when she called the next day, say, hey, let's get together again. You said what?
Did you go ghosty?
No, I didn't. No, never. I was just honest.
Did she follow up?
Yeah, she found out I was just honest, and I said probably not. Well, I didn't say probably. I'm not going to like give
Broke her heart.
exactly what I said, but I don't remember. It was years ago, but it was something to that effect of like had a really good time, but you know, I don't think that
You broke the heart of this gal who was big enough to eat hay and pull
so
a
you go
wagon.
on one date, you have to marry the person.
Hey, and pull a wagon.
You have to marry a person you go on a date with just
No.
for the sake of feelings.
I chop up your estate. What I noticed, because again, I mean, these things have been around for almost 2 decades. I haven't seen them, so this was a delight. But what I noticed was there were a lot of the ladies who are in group pictures.
Yeah.
And Jackson and Chairman Kurt, who was in the YouTube chat while we were doing this podcast, were saying that is a standard trick.
Yeah.
Do guys do group pictures? Do you like have pictures with Oatmeal and Private Citizen Pete?
Gotta
and
be
Harvey?
honest. Well, I can tell you for sure on mine, no, all solo shots. But I haven't looked. I don't look at a lot of guys' profiles.
That's a different website.
Well, no, you
And
can
it's
set
not a
that.
plan B. It's
You
not
can
any
set-
kind of plan
You
at
can
all.
set both on Hinge or Bumble or all that stuff.
Okay.
But I don't personally.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Not judging those who do, but I don't. So I don't know. But yeah, if group photos in the first picture is likely not a great sign. But I did see someone last night that broke that mold. Group picture, but she was really good looking when you went to the solo pictures. When you scroll down, you know what I'm
So
saying?
what you're saying is the group picture is a way to rope you in where they're with the attractive friend, but then they are not necessarily in that same class. So now you've been, Doug, watch this, bait and swede.
Oh,
bait
wow,
and swede.
You've been asked to dig deeper, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
I bet more people meet their significant others now online than they do in person.
100%.
Plowhawk will tell you that's how he met his
Yeah.
lovely wife. I know I have a bunch of friends who've met their now girlfriends or fiancés through it. So yeah,
I wonder if that's why alcohol consumption is down in the country. I bet
don't
it's
know.
got something to do with it.
but like every time I would go on a date with someone,
People smoking chronic, I think. That's it.
that's a big part of it too. But I think like if I go out with a girl from that, it's usually to go grab a drink or something. So
But it's not being utilized. What I think Doug is saying it's not being utilized as a vehicle. So everybody has to go out and
yeah,
drink
but
and
you
mingle.
go to any bar on the weekends here, it's going to be pretty packed. I mean,
Papers was the date with the girl that was a larger gal, Sharon and Clayton. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko. And Doug, this war will continue.
Here we go.
Sometimes they're compartmentalized into just one day, and unfortunately, it looks like this is going to have a carryover effect from yesterday's presentation.
it was not.
Jackson, grow a pair. Be like, you should be like Iggy. Tell her you left your phone in the car and just leave. Is that really the move?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that's pretty
I wouldn't
rude.
do that. No, personally.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My uncle's in the hospital. I gotta go. You gotta have something in your back
An
pocket.
exit strategy.
They're already requesting Navy caps on the road in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Doug, it's an earworm. You like that term, earworm?
I don't mind it.
The Green Arnold Water Tower says Navy. I mean, and he said it 6 different times.
Oh, gosh.
He started at 6:44 this morning before we were even on the air.
Stop it.
The people can't get enough. I mean, Chairman Kurt, how does it feel to have a hit on your hands?
I don't want it to be overplayed, though. You know,
Right.
I don't want to oversaturate it.
Right.
I need to. I'm working on a follow up.
But while it's hot, you got to strike,
What was the most overplayed song of the last year?
of the last year. Good question.
Is it some Sabby Carpenter? Doug Sabby? Was it Sabby?
I don't know.
They Not Like Us.
That was
That's an older song.
That's I think Like the Shabuzi song got a lot of.
Oh, and it's still on.
Yeah, that probably would be in that category.
And that's a ripoff, a friend of the program, Jaquan.
Yeah, well, it samples Jaquan.
It's pretty catchy.
I think Jaquan's listed as one of the writers. I think he gets credit for it.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying it's a Jaquan original, and he was on this program.
For sure. For sure.
So TMA led
Respect
to
to Jaquan and
Shabuzi.
Joshua.
Out of town's respecting Josh. Y'all might as well respect Josh, too.
Thank you.
So are we going to hear the song, or are we going to wait for that later?
Because now Chairman Kurt's worried it's getting
Return music.
overplayed.
Well, in
Return
this
music.
era, what you do is say, we'll play that at 8:42,
that you
appointment radio. And everybody says, well, I can just play whenever I want.
Yeah.
It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Harrison's brother, Master, who, of course, is in an alliance with Sharon and Clayton, has broken his vow of silence and says Warson Woods Wacko is a broke loser. So that's what
got
we're
no
gonna
money
have-
at all.
We're going to have going on here on the presentation today. You can pick a fight with somebody in the audience or us. It's fine. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. You can call in as well and dictate the topic of the presentation just with picking up the phone and calling 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And that is at the youtube.com/TMASTL. Address, design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, 945. Chris Pronger is going to be with us. Joey Vitale is going to be with us. All kinds of fun and games as Illinois is on the doorstep of meeting up with Danny Hurley and UConn. I'd be curious for Missouri fans because I don't really look at Illinois like Kansas. I don't even know if you're a Missouri fan and you're not from this side of the state. So if you're Columbian West, if you even think of Illinois as a rival, I don't know. I feel like Gabe, for example, would say Kansas, obviously, but then Oklahoma, Nebraska.
Well, what about the battle line rivalry? The border battle with Arkansas.
Yes, I don't
There's
know.
a trophy for that game.
I don't think Illinois or Missouri considers the other their arch rival until they play that basketball.
Right.
I think
then-
that's a fun rivalry. Nobody's.
Yeah, and then we don't really even think about it.
So therefore, I'd be curious if Missouri fans are pulling against Illinois tomorrow. And hey, God bless. Do whatever you want. You know, Doug, watch this. Some people like some things. Some people don't like other things.
I would think they'd be pulling for Illinois.
I don't know if you're necessarily pulling for so much as
Indifferent,
not pulling
maybe.
against. Yeah.
Although if
Or you're
they
probably just betting on it and going, okay, whatever I got my
But
$5.
it's easy to root against Hurley, so everyone, the whole country will be pulling for Illinois tomorrow. And Arizona and Michigan, who knows? That's kind of a toss-up.
I think when they beat you in the bragging rights game, you root for them to have a great season because then that loss looks better for Mizzou. I think that goes on.
40-point loss.
I hate Illinois. I hate them as much as Kansas. Are we serious? Doug, you're high.
Doug, you're
That's
Why
from
would
the
you hate Illinois?
636, and he is not happy.
What is it about Illinois you hate exactly?
636, call in, 314-974-0101.
Let's load up the hate line today.
Yeah, let's load up the hate line.
Let's
I like
clear
that.
it.
It's not the phone line. It's the Callier and Thompson hate line.
I don't think you should hate a team just because someone has told you need to hate them. What is it about them that you hate?
Illinois fans have way more hate for Mizzou than vice versa. I think it's cute how much the Illinois dorks hate on Mizzou. It's weird, to be honest. I got to be honest with you. That's the first time I have ever heard that opinion.
I bet Illinois fans would say the same thing about Missouri fans. I would say like the hardcore Illinois fans would say like, oh, Missouri worries about us more than we worry about them. I think that happens across fan bases, rivalries all the time.
like you're above it. Like, oh, they worry about a little brother syndrome.
They all, yeah.
Who's the
100%.
kid that was from East St. Louis, was going to go to Illinois, and then played for
Mark Smith.
Well, but also then the big center.
Oh, Jeremiah Tillman.
Yes.
Jeremiah Tillman. Mark Smith went to Edwardsville, played for Underwood for a year, and then transferred to Missouri.
Yes.
Jeremiah Tillman was going to Illinois and then switched his
To go to
commitment.
Conzo, yeah.
That was the same year Michael Porter Jr. announced he was going.
During that period, I remember a lot of angst from
Yes.
Illinois towards Mizzou.
Between that and then the Mark Smith thing the year later, that was a little hotter.
Just seems to me that they've never really been in the same conference, so they don't play each other all the time.
Yeah.
They got the one basketball game. Used to have a football game, not so much anymore.
If Missouri would have gone to the Big Ten instead of Nebraska, there would be a rivalry.
Yeah, that would be their
100%.
biggest rivalry.
And who's Illinois' biggest rivalry? I've always wondered this. Like in basketball, Purdue's a good rival. Football, you want to beat Michigan, but you rarely do.
Don't they have that weird thing with Ohio State where a turtle is the trophy?
They got something going with Northwestern, too, don't they?
Probably a bucket.
I'm telling you, they got the Illinois Ohio State thing. There's like I think there's a turtle that they play for.
But I don't know if they have a comp to Mizzou, Kansas, or Ohio State, Michigan. I don't know if we have an Illinois comp for that.
No,
do
I
we?
don't think so.
Illibuck, yep. Illibuck was a
Illibuck.
trophy award to the college football rivalry between Illinois and Ohio State, and it's like a bronze turtle.
Oh,
Beer Cats is back with his explanation. I don't know a single Mizzou fan that cares about Illinois. Seriously, none. I have lots of Illini friends who despise Mizzou. I don't even understand it. And that's from Beer Cats, who is an Illinois native, for the record. Doug, is that Oakville? I think it is.
I believe so.
I think that could be a thing about Illinois, St. Louis-based Illinois fans because the coverage Mizzou gets over them.
I think that would
Right.
make all the sense in the world, and I wouldn't blame Illinois fans for that at all.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You live on the east side and you pull for Illinois, but all you hear about is Mizzou.
Yeah, I would just assume Chicago-based Illinois fans probably wouldn't feel the same
No.
hatred for Missouri. Although there is a lot of Missouri graduates in Chicago.
I was trying to find out the largest alumni base for a university. Now, it's according to AI, but it would fit. It says that Indiana University in 2025 listed over 805,000 alumni.
It's because they graduate everybody.
Indiana?
Going after Indiana.
Wow.
Did Joe Buck graduate? Doug going after him?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Did he? I think he had a
805.
full-time gig before he did.
The greatest broadcasters don't graduate.
That's true.
Costas, Buck, and then who else?
Bill Gates, Harvard.
Noted broadcaster Bill Gates. Penn State was over 800,000.
Wow.
Jeez.
Nittany.
You would think it would the biggest schools that have the most, and the biggest schools are, I
Right.
think, Arizona State and Texas A&M and Central Florida. I think those are
Ohio
like,
State's huge.
you know.
Tim, my Kairu vow of silence was only for the trade deadline. I am back in the game, baby. I will go back on strike in the offseason, so Doug Harrison's brother Master has lifted his own vow of silence.
Well, welcome back.
What do you want, Bucko? You want some?
Oh, you had it loaded in the holster.
I had to blow the dust. It's been too long. That vow of silence cost us a wonderful drop.
I really like that drop.
Sharon must still be in spinning class or her Weight Watchers meeting since she hasn't sent in her faux wealth text yet. That's Worsonwood's Wacko. And Harrison's brother Master, Worsonwood's Wacko, and Sharon and Clayton are going to treat us to a delightful program today, Doug. They are ready to go, and they are not happy. The 636 is not happy with you for not acknowledging hatred of Illinois. And, well, just in general, we welcome people to express their distaste for the program and or other listeners by calling in or texting in or by emailing in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldkamp's company and the longest-running sponsor here on the program. Doug, have you peeked at the forecast by any chance?
Not really, no.
Oh, how do you do? I mean, now we got a little precipitation in the forecast later tonight and tomorrow, but then after that, sunny and a high of 58 on Sunday. Sunny and a high of 61 on Monday. High of 55 on Tuesday. And here we go. Sunny and a high of 72 on Wednesday. Sunny and a high of 74 on Thursday. Sunny and a high of 72 on Friday. Glorious conditions.
Sweet.
An indication that the weather's warming up in the St. Louis area. That's when you want to make sure you get your air conditioning checked out for when it gets super hot. Do so with designairservice.com, the longest running sponsor on TMA. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. Sponsor of the email today. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Coming up here, we have, I didn't realize that this was the case, but they are really not happy in New York over what took place in St. Louis on Wednesday afternoon. People need to be let go. Up 6 games into the season. We'll have that audio for you. Next, this is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, this song has taken over the St. Louis market.
Well, you can hear why. It's a banger.
Chairman Kurt, what's your reaction?
I'm glad people enjoy it. I'm proud. I'm proud.
You should be.
Yeah.
As you should be.
And the video's outstanding. Videos
you.
on our Instagram, my Instagram, and Chairman Kurt's Instagram. What's your Instagram handle?
At KG in O-Town.
There you go.
Do I have to be on the gram to watch something? Because I feel like people
Yeah,
send
sometimes
me...
I want to send you guys stuff, but I know you're not on Instagram or TikTok, right?
Why don't you get on Instagram, Martin?
Okay, so I can watch
Yeah.
Kurt's video?
Yeah.
I can send you a YouTube link. You can do it through Instagram. You need an Instagram, Martin.
Yeah, you
All
could
right.
do. You could go live
Ooh, get ready with
and
it.
just and just do like a fire.
plug.
Sometimes I see Charlie Marlowe just sitting there in what looks like his living room, just giving takes, and
He does.
it puts a big smile on my face.
It puts a smile on my face.
I think
too.
Chuck misses being on TV, so every once in a while he's just got to hop in front
you
of a
really think
camera.
so?
No. He's got to hop in front of the camera and give you his hot take.
Chairman, here we go. Now you know you got a hit. This song sucks. It's from the TMA Reddit Insider.
There you go.
There you go. That's how you know. That's how you know. It's all happening for Chairman Kurt.
Just remember, Kurt.
I don't know what's going on. These two guys are.
He sent me
It's
a
like
text.
watching DTF St. Louis right now with the sign language between David Harbour and
Ooh, I wanna be
Jason
David
Bateman.
Harbour.
You love David Harbour?
No, I want to be the David Harbour in this situation.
What does he do in the show?
I'm just a little more bear-like, and so is he.
So I get to be Bateman.
Yeah.
You gotta roll my sleeves up.
What? Okay.
I don't know what's going on here.
Jason Bateman can't be in the television show without rolling his sleeves up.
Is that right?
Look at his entire filmography.
Was he a weatherman
it's a
back in the
dress
day?
shirt
Well,
with a
isn't
roll.
he a weatherman?
Yeah, so he literally picked a role where that's the main part of the job is rolling up your sleeves.
So I wonder how they picked up on that, the screenwriters, because that's been a running joke around here that when the weather gets bad, the weatherman rolls.
Because they-
Is that only Steve Templeton or do they all do it? Because Steve Templeton, I feel like, is the one who's famous for it. But
How would they know that?
But but Bateman always rolls his sleeves up.
so even in other films, he's.
Other shows, other films.
What about
all-
Up in the Air with the great George Clooney, filmed right here in the Gateway to the West?
usually
Take
wearing
that,
a-
Steve Cohen.
He's usually wearing a suit jacket in that one, but I'm sure there's a moment where his sleeves are rolled up.
I did find a lot of photos. Like it appears, maybe that's just how he wears shirts.
That I'm telling you.
Has he got a sleeve tat or something?
No, I don't think so.
Almost every picture I'm finding out, he has them rolled up.
Yeah.
kind of mid
It's
forearm.
a dress shirt with a rolled up sleeve.
Yeah,
It's a phenomenon with the guy.
KG, I would love you to produce a response song, St. Charles Loves Red Hats on the Road. That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle. Would you like to? I mean, you can create your own song album over the Cardinals' Navy cap.
I don't get behind the red hat message, but I can be bought.
Oh, can you? How much? How much to produce a song like that?
That's proprietary as well.
Okay.
Are the sads on the TMA Reddit page hate smashing their keyboard about the song KG produced yet? That's when you know you have a banger. Doug, that's from Carlos Spicy Wheel.
Yeah, sounds about right. They're not known for their cheery outlook on Reddit, are they?
Jackson's deleted the app and he says it's made his life better.
Oh, I still have Reddit, but I just would never go on the TMA subreddit. Why would I want to mess up my headspace more
Well,
than it
you
already
wouldn't.
is, you know?
Why have it at
Headspace
all?
messed up?
No, but it can't. I'm a human.
It's like when somebody says, "This
I'm
is
a human.
awful. Taste this." Why would I taste
Right,
this?
exactly. That's a great analogy. Yes.
I legitimately, that's just a general, I wonder what the hell's going on when people do that. This is gross. Taste this.
Right.
That one.
Yeah, that's perfect, Kurt, because that's exactly what it would be. And if that's what you want to do, like that's cool with me. Like, keep doing what you're doing. I just don't have to look at it. This is like if someone's eating, what's the Russian soup? Borscht. That just doesn't
Doug,
look.
is it borscht?
That doesn't look, it doesn't look very good to me.
Right.
But I'm not going to be like chastise someone for eating it. But I don't have to indulge.
Ooh, this is awful. Here, try this.
Maybe they want to just get a baseline for what really horrible food tastes like.
I have a good idea of what that is. I don't necessarily need to sample it.
What more proof, Tim? The Illini losers are texting me because they're upset with my texts into the show today. I already have a Hurley jersey laid out for tomorrow. Oh, and it's my birthday in one day, so I guess there's no better gift than getting to watch those losers cry tomorrow night. Wow, Beer Cats, who's
Bad
getting
take.
texts from his friends who are Illinois fans who are mad about his texts into our program. Doug, they're all listening and texting each other angrily.
Happiest of birthdays, but that's a bad take.
What's the take?
Calling Illinois fans losers. They're about to go play in the Final Four. You know what I would give up for Missouri to be playing the Final Four right
What
now?
would you give up?
Yeah, what would you give up?
A toe.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Yeah, pinky toe.
You'd lose
100%. 1,000%.
just to be in the final
You could
four.
take my,
not
as
even
long
to
as
win.
it wouldn't mess up my gait or any of my other, movements, I would absolutely give up my pinky toe. Give me
How
some
about the
whiskey and a
fourth toe?
towel, and I'll
I
buy
feel like
it.
the little toe might kind of help balance the foot a little bit.
Yeah, I would need verification that it would not mess up my balance or my gait. And if
Yeah.
that was the case, then yes, I would do it.
Well, there's probably some Mizzou fans who've had diabetes, so they've tried that.
The
It
sugar
just
foot?
just didn't pay off.
Hot
we
wife
need to-
Autumn told me Beer Cats has a micro. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Horrible to have that come out.
Well, that's a bad beat. Doug, the Cardinals took 2 of 3 from the New York Mets. Francisco Lindor had himself a rough outing in that game. There's a part of me that wondered if he was really invested in it mentally and emotionally. One of the reasons was on what would have been a nice little double play. I think it would have been scored 6-3. He didn't realize that there were not 2 outs, and so he tagged second base and then just started to run in. And his pitcher, who was the pitcher, Freddie Peralta?
Yeah.
Turned to him like, brother, what are we doing here? And then a couple innings later, he's on first base after a misplay by Nolan Gorman. Matthew Liberatore steps off, throws over, and he doesn't even move. And he goes to shake Alec Burleson's hand, it looked like, but he was wearing that little mitten that you like the
I don't like
base
the-
runners wear.
no,
Well, Craig Carton's not happy in New York. Is he on WFAN now?
That's right.
Martin, he's had some off-the-air issues with gambling.
yeah, think
but he is
afternoon.
But
back
that led
now.
to a big opportunity with Fox.
That's correct. Here, Doug, here is his thoughts on what's taking place with the Mets and Lindor in St. Louis.
Okay.
The team is struggling, and you're supposed to be the captain of the team. You're supposed to be the leader of the team. The team bent over backwards to get rid of Jeff McNeil for you. The team bent over backwards to say goodbye to Brandon Nimmo for you because your wives didn't get along. The team bent over backwards to say goodbye to Pete Alonso for you, and you apparently don't get along with Juan Soto. The least you could do is pretend like you give a rat's ass to put the Met uniform on. It's the first inning. How do you forget how many outs there are when there's only one in the first inning of the rubber match in the series against the Cardinals? You pull the old, oh, my bad. I couldn't be asked to count to 1 for you guys. You know why? Because he doesn't care. So I'll say what needs to be said. Francisco Lindor, time to go. Bye-bye.
Time to go?
Time to go. Your time in New York has come to an end. You didn't bring the Mets a World Series. You've never batted 280 or higher. You've struck out on average 130 times a year, and you don't care anymore. Bye-bye.
He did hit 284 and 301 and 313 in 3 separate seasons.
So then that means what he said wasn't necessarily accurate.
No,
Was that for Cleveland or for New York?
Cleveland.
Yeah.
He has been with the Mets since 2021, and Craig Carton would like him to be DFA'd, I guess.
Bye-bye.
I see so far this year he's 3 for 23 with 0 home runs and 0 RBIs. And what are they paying him?
34.
$34 million.
And how'd the Mets do last night?
Lost?
That's right.
And he dropped a pop fly.
Yes.
Yeah, he had a bad game yesterday. Too.
So they, if that's correct, they would be 3 because they took 2 or 3 from Pittsburgh, if I'm not mistaken. These standings are classified. We'll come back.
They're
over the
3 and
weekend.
4, last in the NL East.
It
And
sounded like a guy trying to do a Chris Russo. Like he just couldn't quite get to Russo's level, but he was going to almost get to that level of hysteria. It's 6 games, and
Bye-bye.
and now we got the wives involved.
I didn't know about the wife thing.
That's why
Brandon
they.
Nimmo and Francisco Lindor's wives didn't get along. What
I don't know.
An odd thing. For the record, there are 10 members of the New York Mets roster who are making more individually than the highest paid member of the St. Louis Cardinals, Doug. Soto's at 47, Bichette's at 42, Lindor, who's going bye-bye, 27, Semien 26, Manaea 17, Robert, He's at 20. Polanco's at 20. Devin Williams is at 16. Kodai Senga is at 14. Clay Holmes is at 13. The highest paid Cardinal, Dustin May, is at 12. And then all of these people are paid more than the next highest paid Cardinal. Luke Weaver, David Peterson, Freddie Peralta, Brooks Raley are all making more than the next highest paid Cardinal, who is JoJo Romero, the third highest paid player on the Cardinals, which will probably shock everybody. But the second highest paid player is JoJo Romero. The third highest paid player, Andre Palante.
That's just incredible.
I mean, there's probably a lineup, a non-Dustin May lineup that doesn't make as much as Juan Soto makes.
Yeah.
When he's not out there, you're saying.
Yeah, if Dustin May is not the
day.
starting pitcher, then
Yeah,
the
you're
entire
starting nine
lineup.
about-
Yeah.
The
Several
Mets
of those players.
payroll is $356 million, the highest, even higher than the Dodgers. And the Cardinals, for the record, Doug, is at $115 million.
I'm sure the DeWitts look at people like that and say, you're ruining the game. This is crazy. How do you pay Luis Robert $20 million a year? Seriously? He's had one good year. He's been hurt every other year. He's never been an all-star or anything.
Well, Bo Bichette's making, what, 40-some-odd million?
Yeah. We thought they were lightening up when Alonso left, and it's like, all right, we'll just add Bo Bichette instead.
Yeah, Bo Bichette's at 42, Marty. Now,
You look at their lineup, and it doesn't look like it's a world-beating lineup. They could finish in the middle of the pack. Wouldn't surprise me.
then when the fly ball from Mason Wynn dropped in, Jackson, what do we have here? This is a Barstool thing. They watch the games and go live. Is that the deal?
I believe this
Is there Chapel Roan in this? Do you know Chapel Roan?
I don't believe so, no.
This is Frank. They call him Frank the Tank. He's a big Mets fan. He reacts to games as they happen.
You do this with Missouri NCAA tournament games minus the Miami game.
Correct. But I think I react maybe a little better. I
You
don't know.
don't bust out Pink Pony Club.
Which is a mistake. But here's Frank.
Left to Mason Wynn. 0 for 10 in this series.
And here's Wynn to win it. As
Wynn flies one out to right. Ben's coming on. A long way in.
And there it is. Both parachutes in.
Win the game.
Pink Pony Club.
Get to that
Dancing like it's called. Win wins it. Win wins it. Win wins it. Win wins it. Win wins it.
Winner, and the Cardinals take 2 out of 3 from the Mets as they win it in 11 innings, 2-1.
No, they're just not. They're not doing well in Queens.
No.
With the start to the Mets season, who knew that Mason Wynn's bloop in front of about 3,000 people on Wednesday afternoon would send shockwaves through Gotham City?
It's got to be
This
tough.
is 7 games. They've played 7 games, and they're full-blown panic.
They're getting rid of Francisco Lindor. So leadoff hitter.
Well, at least they have passionate fans. Some of them, anyway.
Bye-bye.
What Gary Cohn doesn't realize.
Yes! Yeah!
What he doesn't realize is that we've got this model now where we kind of lull teams to sleep before because there's no activity downtown. They show up at the park. They're kind of in a trance like Lindor is because they've just been bored to death, and then we get them real good.
Jackson, do you have this audio that we played it yesterday? Didn't think it was that big of a deal, but Martin, the St. Louis area has responded. Here it is. Here's Gary Cohn during this game.
The only thing missing from that picture, as is often missing from every picture we show of downtown St. Louis, no people.
No people. Well, you know, they want it to look picturesque. You can see a car driving by on the right. That's the only sign of life.
But there's never anybody walking around
No, there is
in downtown
not.
St. Louis.
It's not very often, you're right.
It's like, remember the old neutron bomb? It wouldn't knock down buildings, but just would eliminate all the people. It's like one of those hit St. Louis.
I guess it's just the photo op. People then run and hide, so they're not in the photo.
Todd Zeal alongside Gary Cohn. And then I think some folks in St. Louis were offended by that. We talked about it. And I think it is a real issue that downtown doesn't have very many people. Now, you could have robust areas like Soulard or the West End. Maybe Clayton is certainly vibrant. Like if the Mets are staying in Clayton, and they might have a different feel. But downtown, when you're going to the game, unless you're at the game, I think it's okay to talk about it. We talk about it all the time.
Yeah.
Downtown dying, and he's referencing
And
that.
they're showing a shot of downtown.
Yeah, I think it's a Keener Plaza type view of the arch.
Right.
Yeah, what did he say that was inaccurate? Anything?
No.
I'm sure it's shocking, especially if you spend half the season in New York City and see what kind of intensity there is there compared to what we've got going on here. It'd be pretty stark.
Well, they're not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox with him. Todd Zeal can suck a bag of razor blades.
Oh.
That's from the Veiled Prophet. He, of course, hosts that ball that we all go to. F. Todd Zeal, he's, and then it gets graphic.
Now, he is taking the shrapnel, okay? Gary
Ironhead.
Cohen made the comment.
Sharon and Clayton is on Gary Cohen's side. Not sure why Cohen's comments have so many 314 peeps panties in a wad when his observations are often shared on this show's text line by fellow 314 peeps. That's Sharon and Clayton. Hunchback of On Castle says St. Louis should be upset by the audio because it's true. That's from the Hunchback of On Castle.
I'm not necessarily a big St. Louis fan, like Cardinals fan.
Okay, Charlie.
And have you ever been to the area where Citi Field is and when it was Shea Stadium? That's just kind of a dumpy area, to be candid.
Yeah, in Queens.
There's a lot of people. Boy, outside of Shea, they were always selling like muffler part. They were just beyond the outfield.
Kind of a gritty area.
It was all.
I went to Shea once.
We did a live broadcast of this presentation, Martin, from your hotel room at the Comfort Inn in Queens, and I think was that 5 stars, 4.5 stars.
I doubt it.
You guys did it from the room?
Yeah.
Were you all sit in the bed?
I think we were. I actually think we were.
Like you said, like
How
crisscross
did we set
applesauce
it
on the
up?
bed.
We must have had a phone cable.
Yeah, now that you mentioned
I
that,
have
it was
no
me, you,
idea.
and the cat. Who the hell
There
would have
was
set
no
that
Doty.
up?
And somehow we were on the air from my hotel room.
Yeah, how'd that work?
People are upset because the truth hurts. It's from the unknown DJ.
I think people are a little upset because it's an outsider criticizing. If it was someone in St. Louis saying it, they would feel there's some sort of credibility, or well, at least you're in town. Someone outside of town, especially from New York and the East Coast thing, I think that's what riles up some folks.
Well, and I think tone can bother people if it was, it's a little snarky, and which is fine. If he'd said, wow, it's kind of disappointing, we just don't see as many people, that's a different message.
Right.
This was a little more snarky, but it doesn't change the fact that it's true. Now, if you're doing a Royals game, you're out by Arrowhead. It's just a parking lot, so you wouldn't even have a gauge.
Got a Drury Inn over there? They don't have Drury Inn on the other side.
But I'm saying you wouldn't be able to, there's no people anyway. It's just a parking lot.
Right.
So you don't have any kind of read on the area.
My office is literally at City Hall, and nothing could be more true than what those New York idiots say, but they just aren't allowed to say it. Thanks. That's from St. Louis City, Kevin.
Yeah. You just have to be in denial to think that what he said wasn't true.
Well, Glenn Zimmerman will show a shot like they have all these cameras around town, and it oftentimes is the Market Street view, and it's right around where Stiefel Theater is, looking towards the arch, and that's a pretty main thoroughfare. And this will be 4, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and I'm always amazed, outside of a Blues game, there's no cars.
Yeah. But you get outside of the city just a little bit, and St. Louis looks like it always has. And I don't notice things out in St. Louis County different at all.
Maybe the Mets camera should do a bump-in shot. Tim, that's a bump-in shot. And they say, there's a live look at DTK, downtown Kirk. Boy, it's buzzing today.
Look at the farmer's market.
Oh, yeah, Pony. Speaking of the farmer's market, that's where Joey Vitale joined us from last week. This time Martin, do you know the logistics of where the boys are staying out there in Southern California?
I don't know where. My theory is they're spending a good 4 or 5 nights in the same hotel in SoCal, and they're locked in the playoff push, no doubt about it.
The money puck number dropped to 2.1% overnight. There were some wins in the Western Conference last night.
Doug, here's the math. I know you have your own Vaughn index.
I do. Yeah.
The Blues are currently 5 points behind 3 teams for 1 spot.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 points behind 3 teams for 1 spot.
That affects the index.
With 8 to go. So I think the boys should enjoy their stay in SoCal. And then play a hockey game tonight.
The Sharks got hot. They've won 4 in a row.
I'm going to fire a little bet on the Sharks to hoist the chalice in mid-June for the first time in the franchise's history. They've been to one cup final, Martin. Am I right? Did they play the Penguins? Is that right, Jackson?
In somewhat recent memory.
Who played the Penguins?
Oh, here we go.
Sharks.
This guy. You're like Lindor on first base.
Is that when they had Joe Thornton?
It actually is correct.
All right.
Look at that.
They love talking about
What's
him.
up, doubters?
You can doubt Jackson by texting in at 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, you are welcome to email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Healthcare Evolution is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour on the morning after. If you are dealing with an injury and you're going, man, the weather's warming up, I want to go out and I want to be able to play golf. I want to be able to work out. I want to be able to run. I want to be able to do the stuff I love doing, but I'm not going to be able to get in to see my doctor until the end of April. And then even then, I'm not sure it's going to be tended to. Healthcare-evolution.com is where you need to go. It's a St. Louis-based business. I have been there. I thought I had a slap tear in my left shoulder. And fortunately, that has now gone away. And I found that out by going to Healthcare Evolution. It's same-day pain relief. If you want real answers and same-day pain relief, Healthcare Evolution is the place to go. Go to healthcare-evolution.com and see firsthand the same benefits I've received with Healthcare Evolution. In pain, stop pain fast with same-day relief at healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. The program is called The Morning After on the Polos Plus dossier. Joey Vitale coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, and Chris Pronger in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios. Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Martin, you're on a heater. You gave us the Pistons and the motorcade over the T-Wolves last night. They covered, of course. What do you got today?
I'm going to stay in the Motor City. It's opening day for the Detroit Tigers. The Cardinals are the opponent. The over-under is 8. And Michael McGreevy, friend of the show, he'll be fine. Cardinal bullpen, not so sure. Framber Valdez on the mound for the Tigers. Pozo career, 1 for 3. He owns Valdez.
Oh, wow, yeah,
and I believe
3.
Pozo's actually in the starting lineup today. That's our guy, Pedro Paz, 1 for 2. Look at those numbers against Valdez. I'm going to take the over.
Over for the Cardinals and Tigers for the Detroit home opener today. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going from now to the big championship. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with the SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Tigers today, 12-10 first pitch with Michael McGreevy taking the mound for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
So pay the damn fee as a memory will last longer than your marriage. Compressing balls, riding in you custom club carriage.
It's a tearjerker.
Don't ever knock off just for money. Because there's a 3.2 index, it's best not to sound like a cheapskate.
Cutting on today's starter for the Cardinals, Mike McGreevy. We played it for him when he called in last Friday. And it bothered him so much that he sent us a request for us to send him the full song so he could play it for his teammates.
Oh, really?
And then went out and threw a no-hitter.
That's right.
With their 6.
Yep.
Maybe we should call him again and play it again. We're one
On
for
start
one.
day? Yeah. I'm sure he'd be thrilled.
Hey, Mike, didn't know if you wanted to hear the song again. I'm in the bullpen getting loose. What's up?
What time is the game in St. Louis?
12-ish.
12-10.
12-10.
And Martin, you said Pozo is in the lineup.
That I heard. I don't know if it was Matt Pauley. Somebody on KMO actually was talking about how Pozo had not played, and they said he is scheduled. I'm 90% certain I heard him say, but Ollie mentioned that he was going to play Friday.
My nipples are hard. I am excited.
Who was that?
Was that Chuck?
That was all of us. That was all of us.
It was all of us. Pozo, he's got to be in the lineup. The guy just hits.
First time at the dish this season. Come on now.
Came on TMA and opened up his heart. He's our guy.
Yeah, wouldn't eat the donuts,
That's right.
It was kind of, we were testing his discipline.
Ollie took the donuts.
Maybe Ollie Marmol took him away.
That was our most viewed clip from
Is that right?
training. Was our stealing the donuts so Pozo couldn't have any.
Doug, there's a gentleman by the name of CM Box. Remember CM Punk? This is CM Box.
Okay.
And he is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he is really not happy with you. Plenty of hopping areas in other parts of the city, Doug. We don't have to go to Kirkwood for entertainment, you old bag.
I believe I mentioned Kirkwood.
Oh, CM Box, go after Martin.
Doug, you're so freaking old.
You don't have to go to Kirkwood for entertainment.
What are the hopping areas of the city? Soulard's got a pretty good bar scene.
Yeah, papers can tell you that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Central West End, not what it used to be, is it?
Probably not.
Why don't we send SNY, the Mets, brought various clips, and we're like, hey, here you go. There's a fella stumbling out of a strip club in Centerville. Here you go. It's bustling at noon.
Yeah.
Here's some kid barfing to the side of a alley in Soulard. See?
Yeah.
There's all kinds of stuff going on.
We're just like Queens.
And those two would be good analogies.
Yeah. Little Astoria.
Kirkwood's overrated, Doug.
Wow.
That's from 3 off the tee.
Well, there's not a lot of nightlife in Kirkwood, really.
Is there going to be
go for that?
If there's Websterville and Cottleville, what would be the equivalent for Kirkwood then?
If there's Webster Groves in Cottleville?
Like that's the rivalry?
Kirkwood's a
heated rivalry.
Webster, too.
Right, but Kirkwood.
So Kirkwood's going to join with Cottleville?
Well, sure they would.
You think? The enemy of my friend? Whatever.
Yes.
The friend of my enemy is also my enemy.
Sometimes you got to know when to hit eject.
Hit eject.
Yeah. But would it be like O'Fallon? O'Fallon and Kirkwood have a rivalry? I'm just trying to equate.
So, no.
If we're going to do Cottleville, Webster, what can we do with Kirkwood?
Yeah, that's my question. I asked the audience.
Doug, there are a lot of good pogs in Kirkwood. That's from Big Paz. I'm not happy that all these TMA wars have led to rising oil prices. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
Played a part in it.
Geyer Inn is lit. That's from Jugs in D.C.
I've been
Comes
there.
in from the Beltway to enjoy the Geyer Inn.
But it's small. It would be just a.
Well, there's 3 parking spots, Doug. You better hurry. Get a
Hey,
spot.
Doug, are there any Pogs in Kirkwood? That's from Big Paws.
Oh, tell me again what a pog is. People say I don't party. I'll have you know, a couple Friday nights ago, I went to the fish fry at Assumption Church.
Ooh, how was that? Right off of Mattis Road, Martin.
It's great. Maybe the best fish fry I've ever been to.
Really?
They say they serve.
St. Gabriel's would like a word.
They serve
St. Peter's would like a word.
And hundreds of
St.
people.
Ferdinand would like a word. I'm representing Northside now, too.
Okay.
What's the
Get ready for
popular-
my mayoral run, Jackson?
What's the I'm ready for it. What's the popular side dishes with the? Is it spaghetti?
Spaghetti, but with no meat sauce. Otherwise, you're going to H-E double hockey sticks.
Right. So just tomato
Cheese
sauce.
pizza's often an offering for the kids.
And you wash it down with the demon rum as you.
So you can't
sacrifice.
eat meat on Friday, but you can drink?
Oh, there's a lot of
whoa.
Well, I'm not judging anybody. Eat whatever you want, drink whatever you
Sounded like there's a little tone right there.
You're right. You know when to hit eject.
A lot of dads volunteer to help at the fish fry. Back there, you put the apron on. Hey, how we doing? All right. And you're serving up the fish, and you're just getting hammered. I mean, let's be honest.
Star of the St. Peter fish fry, Joey Vitale, is going to join us from Southern California, which means he cannot be at the fish fry tonight. But he will give us his perspective on a wide variety of things, I would imagine. That's coming up next here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines as we are in the Fisher window and door 8 o'clock hour. Coming up in the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, Chris Pronger is going to join us also from Southern California. And then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA, online at getbc.com. And you can call them at 314-222-2222. That's Brown and Crouppen, longtime presenting sponsor here of The Morning After. They are local, founded here in 1979 and still serving St. Louis for more than 45 years. After an accident, money's tight. That's why they offer so much for free, though. You can always call for free, any day, anytime. Your first consultation is always free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. At Brown and Crouppen, it won't cost too much. You pay nothing up front, and they never get paid unless you do. When you are a client, all questions are answered for free. So if you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to getbc.com. That's getbc.com, and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Remember, every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Joey Vitale, next Drops of the Week, brought to you by VIPAutoAccessories.com. Coming up, this is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN.
Oh, Village Bar, great spot for meeting friends after work, lunch. You can have a business meeting there, take the family up, reasonably priced, great menu, great food. Even today, if you're trying not to eat meat, that's fine. Get a salad. They've got awesome salads there. In addition to the legendary cheeseburger that never disappoints, the wings, all the different sides. They've got so much going on, and that includes 1879 Distilling. The barn out back is home to 1879 Distilling. That's where they're making these premium spirits like Red Barn vodka, so many different flavors to choose from. And then they have the tasting room. That's noon to 5 on Saturdays. That is essentially, it's like a little gift shop, too. It's got so much merchandise for the Village Bar in 1879. Check that out on the weekends. I think maybe soon they're going to open that thing up. You can peruse, but also see the cool little bar that it is connected to the Village Bar. It's almost like a little secret there that the word's starting to get out. 1879distilling.com is the website where you can check out their backstory and also read about all the different offerings, like the rye, like the bourbon. Find out more online. Start to ask for it by name around town. I'll see you at the Village.
Hey, folks, Joe Vitale here. I'm here to talk to you about your garage door. And if that thing ain't working, I got great news for you. You have a buddy, a friend in the garage business. His name's Jason. His company is SchaeferDoorCompany.com. Visit their website at Schaefer Door. That's Schaefer with one F. And you can see what they're all about. I'll tell you what they're all about here in about 20 seconds. They're a family, personal business, awesome St. Louis local group. They'll take care of all your St. Louis County area. They'll stretch their wings far. They're going to go out there. They're going to come out there and take care of you because they care about you. If it's a spring, if it's an electronic, if that big thing ain't opening and closing the way it's supposed to when your wife or you or your girlfriend or boyfriend push that button, well, it's one of those things you don't need to worry about because you have someone that can come out and take care of it for you. Give them a shout, 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs. I don't care if you have a home. I don't care if you got a small business. There's no job too big. There's no job too small. They will take care of all your garage door needs. 636-782-3608. Shoot them a text. Give them a call. You won't regret it. Schaefer Door, LiftMaster dealer.
Welcome back to It's Morning After 101 ESPN. Show is also available to you on YouTube, TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel, and once we hit 6,800 subscribers, Doug gets gold bullion.
Yeah.
That's in his contract.
That's what I collect.
So
William Devane delivers it to me.
6,760 subscribers, so subscribe to it if you could. Hellcat, Walrus King, Scorsy, and the Jeffco Hunter and Adman the Madman are all in there talking it over with Overbearing Sports Dad, who I believe is at war with Carlos Spicy Wiener. Orson Woods Wacko's at war with Harrison's Brother Master and Sharon and Clayton. And Webster Groves is at war with Cottleville, and we're trying to pick an opponent for Kirkwood. I guess that's kind of where we are with all of our wars.
I just think Kirkwood aligns with Cottleville and goes against Webster.
And the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. There you go. So there's an update on that. Also taking place as we welcome Joey Vitale to the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN for his traditional appearance on Fridays, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Martin held up a picture of Augusta National to Jackson Burkett during the commercial break. Jackson, what was your reaction?
Just,
you gasped.
It looked so beautiful.
Let's see if maybe I can text that picture to Joey and we'll get his reaction. Joey, what if I sent you a picture of Augusta National as we're 6 days away from the Masters, your favorite time of the year?
No! Oh, wow.
He's not interested.
No. Play the music.
Is that Augusta, Missouri? Where are they playing this stupid thing at?
Oh, my goodness. Jackson's furious now.
It'd be kind of fun if we had it.
I've dumped out of it.
You dumped out of the entire... Martin and I were theorizing you were walking around the I went with the Santa Monica Pier. That's where I
just
think
said
you
outdoors, getting some California sun.
You guys, are you spying on me, Marty? Is there that cam, that outdoor hotel cam? I am literally in the sand right as we speak.
All right.
I could just see you getting up real early, getting a coffee, and then just heading outside.
That's so weird. This is so weird. I mean, that's not weird. I mean, most people get a coffee in the morning, but I actually had to roll out of bed. I got all mixed match, crisscross applesauce with the time zone change. Poor Jackson Burkett I left him hanging here a little bit yesterday because 8:15, 6:15 out here. So, yeah, I had to kind of slowly roll out of bed. I got my coffee. I'm grounding. Marty, you ever do that grounding? You ever walk on the earth? Oh, yeah. Marty, you ever do that?
I don't know what we're talking about.
What is grounding? What is that?
Jordan Bennington was talking to me about it before the game the other day. So it's this thing where you walk barefoot on earth. You just take the shoes are the enemy, boys. Shoes are the enemy. Don't get me started. We can put the did we actually land on the moon on hold for a little bit. The shoes are the issue. You cannot be wearing shoes. So we have all these negative or positive ions going through our system. Like the phones are loaded with these ions. The earth is the only thing that shoots negative ions. But if you don't touch it, you don't find that balance effect. So that's why when you go out and you walk in the woods, you just feel better. People are like, wow, I just feel so good. You're supposed to now Jordan said he hugs trees and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to do that today, but I'm walking in the sand for about 20 minutes. I'm going to see if it makes a difference. I'll let you guys know. Keep you updated.
Well, I think barefoot in the sand is much better than barefoot other places. So I think the sand, you're in a good spot.
No, grass, sand, Marty, anything. You just got to touch the earth. It's just the way to balance. It's all about balancing the ions these days, boys. That's the key.
Got to balance ions, Doug.
I would worry about stepping on a rusty nail. Hello, tetanus.
No, Doug. No, nothing. No such thing. No such thing.
Tell Bennington to hug the goalpost. Jesus, let's win a hockey game first, fellas.
Nice.
No. See, Marty, you're not listening. The goalpost isn't from the earth, my man.
Okay.
We got to be from the earth. We're talking sand, grass, dirt, trees from the earth. Yeah, iron for goalposts are not from the earth. Those are all manufactured by the man.
Are you guys staying in the same? My theory is you'd be in the same hotel for a good 4 or 5 nights down there in SoCal.
And my place, Santa Monica.
We are hunkered down here. We are hunkered down here. And if you're going to be hunkered down anywhere for 5 days, this is not a bad place to be. You got a little bit of everything down here. You got.
Where are you? Can you not tell? We're not looking for the hotel.
Yeah, the hotel name.
Or are you protecting the room right now?
Listen, I can't have all my fans show up this morning banging on my door. I can't have that. We're located somewhere between Venice and Santa Monica.
There you go.
So we go out to the right. I mean, you can go out to the right, and you're a little ways away from the pier, which has got that awesome that roller coaster and Ferris wheel and all the kind of hoopla stuff over there. And then you go to the Venice Beach to the left, which is just, I mean, I don't know if there's, guys, is there better people watching in the United States of America than Venice Beach? I don't know.
Probably not. There are some bizarre people out there.
Fun. Real fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good for you
We saw a lady. We saw a lady in the skate park. She was in a this gal. I tell you what, she was in a wheelchair. She couldn't use her leg. She was doing the skate park yesterday. I mean, I literally I've never seen anything like this in my life. People were cheering and chanting for her. She was awesome. I think her name was Bertha or Betsy or Beth. One of the three. But she was awesome.
Huh.
What was her name, Doug? You don't know.
Betsy
You don't know the name.
Best, might have been the best. Really alarming comment made by Doug Vaughn earlier in our Fisher Window and Door story, 8 o'clock hour here on 101 on ESPN. Joey, that he went to the Assumption fish fry a couple of weeks ago and says it might have been the best fish fry he has ever been to. I'll just let you handle it from here.
Oh, them are fighting words, Doug. Them are fighting words.
Well, they even had baked fish.
Oh, baked fish. You don't bake fish in a fish fry. You fry that thing.
I don't like fried food.
They don't call it a fish bake. They call it a fish fry.
Okay.
What are you watching your heart? Like a little millennial?
Yes, I am.
Get out of town.
Well, what's a better fish fry than Assumption?
Oh, St. Peter. St. Peter and Kerr. Doesn't be St. Peter and Kerr. Tim, tell him. Tim.
Okay.
I mean, when I'm driving to go get my meat dishes on Friday and I pass St. Peter, I'm alarmed by the traffic that I see for the St. Peter Kirkwood fish fry.
Okay.
Dolores is probably in the parking lot right now getting that first spot, ready for pickup.
They are. What's out? I mean, they need like the Southwest guys. What are those Southwest guys, Doug, with like the orange flashers, like backup planes and direct planes? I guess the directors or flasher people.
Flasher people, I believe, is a technical term.
Flasher.
Yeah.
We're gonna need the Southwest Airlines flasher people to come direct traffic at St. Peter fish fry because it's that good. It's that good. We don't bake our fish. We fry it like men.
Okay. I don't know if it's that good or just you can't park in that area because all the restaurants around there.
Go park at Christopher's. That's where your wife works. You can get a good discount over there.
That's not a bad idea.
There's only a few spots there.
Shout out, Christopher's.
Yola.
See, this is what happens when the playoff push is over.
Wow, 2.1% on Money Puck.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I enjoyed listening to you on the Curbside podcast following the truly unfortunate situation in San Jose on Monday night because just getting to overtime, you can still con yourself into believing. And Curbs was like, well, now Wednesday is an absolute must win. And then you go, well, honestly, tonight was a must win. And unfortunately, then it didn't work out in Los Angeles 2 nights later. It was there to be had, man. I was buying back in as we talked about last Friday. What do you think took place? You were transparent in your comments talking with Steen before the game on Monday that, hey, okay, these guys are playing with no pressure, and now they're going to get a little taste of a playoff pressure, and unfortunately didn't really perform at the outset.
I think, let's put ourselves in the Colorado Avalanche's shoes for 1 second here as we kind of divulge all this. But, a week ago, if you're Cale Makar, Nathan McKernan, heck, if you're Nazem Kadri, you're looking at how all these teams are fighting for that second wild card. And between, the Preds, the Jets, the Kraken, the Sharks, the Kings, and the Blues, I am telling you, they had the most fear with the St. Louis Blues because of what they did last year in that push. And these two teams have had such kind of a heated rival. I think that Kadri and Jordan Binnington kind of steam would kind of start to boil over again. I think there was a lot of revenge in the mix. So I think that the Avalanche, of all the teams, were probably the happiest to see St. Louis start to kind of dwindle off here because I think that ups their chances in that first round. What happened, just to kind of recap, I ran into Alexander Steen there in the elevator there in San Jose, and it was just a quick comment about how you're feeling. This has got to be exciting for you, kind of turn into things. And it was a quick comment, something along the lines of which, I had discussed earlier with Chris Kerber. This team post-Olympic break, they're playing ultra-free hockey, like pressure-free hockey. They have, just nothing to lose, right? And when you play that style, you typically hold your stick a little looser. You go out there and you just play this creative style because you do, in fact, have nothing to lose. And I think that's what suited this team very well. Now you go to San Jose after you've put together just one heck of a stretch, and you're going into two of the biggest games of your season. Really, your season hinges on those two games, of course, at San Jose and then at L.A. And I was interested to see how this group was going to play now that they had officially had some pressure on their shoulders. And, we saw the San Jose game unfold. The first period was them on their heels. They weren't on their toes. They weren't engaging. They weren't winning battles. Jim Montgomery said later that they were hovering around a 40% success rate on 50-50 battles. You have to be over 50 if you want to find success. They had that in the third period around 60%. But the first couple periods, right around the 5-minute mark left in the second, they started to find their game. But they just came out like they weren't ready to play what that pressure hockey looks like, so that playoff style hockey looks like. So that was a little disappointing, but also understandable because you have a group of such young kids. And then, of course, L.A., you wanted to see how would this group learn from San Jose? Would they come out in the for the L.A. game? How they based off of San Jose's game? How did they come out for L.A. game? And it was really great to see how St. Louis came out and they took advantage of the Kings. They dominated 5-on-5 play. So many shots were blocked. L.A. did a heck of a job. Shots that were missed. Plenty of opportunities to get the lead, extend the lead, and they just couldn't find the back of the net, unfortunately. But the style for which they played was so much better than San Jose. So that's a growth moment for me. I think big picture, it really does come down to that, though. It's a young group that was playing freewheel hockey for a while. Now as the ante ups and you start to feel the pressure, it is a different style. I'll never forget, reading a sports psychology book. This is going back probably 15, 20 years ago, but they had the great Jimmy Johnson, who was coaching all those great Dallas, of course, Cowboy teams back in the late turn. And he talked so much about pressure in situations and pressures in Super Bowls. And, there's only a few coaches that understand what pressure in Super Bowls is like. And he did this exercise, and he laid a 2x4 on the locker room floor. He had all the O-line and the D-line and the quarterbacks and cornerbacks and everybody. He said, I just want you guys to walk across this 2x4 from start to finish, from this end to that end. And everyone lined up, and everyone did it. Not one player fell off. And then he looked at the group, and he said, okay, now what would happen if I put this 2x4 and suspended it in New York City between two buildings, two skyscrapers? And everyone's face, of course, then they start kind of backing off, like, ooh, I don't know, Coach. I don't know. It sounds a little crazy to me, Coach. And he said, why? He said, why? It's the same 2x4. And the guy's like, well, yeah, but if I fall there, then I'm going to die. If I fall here, it's just like, oops, right? The only thing that's changed, right, were the circumstances around the 2x4, right? That's all that's the changes. Now, that's how it is for playoff hockey and pressure hockey. The game is still the game, but what happens is in pressure situations, you stop focusing on the process and you start focusing on, geez, what happens if I don't make this play? What happens if I don't find my game? And that's a sign of a young team, a team that's growing, because no one wants to be the one that makes that error. No one wants to be the one that makes that mistake. The key to the elite teams in the league right now, the Carolina Hurricanes, certainly the Colorado Avalanche, whether it's game one of the regular season, whether it's a preseason game, whether it's game 7 or round 2, there's a style, there's a way they play, and they play it every single night. And they've built a culture there with the right veterans and young pieces that have finally got them to the place where they just play that way. This is still a process for St. Louis, and clearly this road trip, I think, has really put that under the spotlight.
It seems pretty clear as they rebuild this team, they're going to have to add some offensive punch, right? Only Calgary has scored fewer goals in the entire league than the Blues, and it cost them a lot of overtime losses and shootout losses, especially in the first half of the season. Isn't that where you would expect the focus to be to get better?
Well, I mean, I guess you'd have to say there's a piece up in the forward position. Certainly, you can always get better offensively, Doug. And I think one more veteran piece on the back end is going to help you. The goalies right now, I mean, they hold on to Jordan Binnington at the deadline. I think what you're seeing lately from our goalies is truly who they are. I think it's unfortunate that October happened and they had a slow start to the year, because that's why their numbers are so bad. They could never really recover from a number standpoint, so that's why they're not getting the national accolades. Joel Hofer certainly is in the second half push, and so is Jordan Binnington. And as a team, I think they're still under 2.0 goals against per game, which is incredible, and still leading the league in that post-Olympic break. So the goalies, you're set. I think the defensemen, a couple things that I've observed since the trade deadline with Mayu jumping up to that top pair and, of course, losing Justin Falk. One thing that stands out is you are starting to see young defensemen move what I call from the pencil in to the pen in, right? Next October, when you're talking about who's starting, I think, 2.5 months ago, you penciled in Logan Mayu on that top pair. Maybe. We can always let's erase it. We'll see how the rest couple months go. Let's see how the offseason goes. Theo Lindstein, I think you had him penciled in that mid pair with Parayko or maybe even a bottom pair, maybe even on the St. Louis Blues. And what I have seen over the last 4 to 5 weeks, especially with Lindstein and Mayu, I think that we've shifted from the pencil to the pen, where I think Alexander Steen is looking at Broberg and Mayu, that's your top pair. I mean, that is understood. And that is earned because Logan has been incredible. The mentorship for Broberg has been there. And then Theo Lindstein, to me, probably the biggest surprise of any young player this year because you look at him, he looks like he weighs 130 pounds soaking wet. There's not a lot to his body. He's such a young kid. He's got so much growth still. But the fact that he kind of comes in there and just plays the way he wants to play, he looks so calm. He never looks like he's like the moment's too big for him. Certainly playing alongside Colton Parayko helps. And I think that's a huge move by Jim Montgomery and Steen to put him with Colton Parayko. But I think that he's also a player that's now moved from pencil to pen where you come in next season and you're looking at Mayu and Broberg, your top pair, and I think you're looking at Parayko and Theo Lindstein as your mid pair. So to me, I think defensively to improve, one thing they missed this year was that veteran presence back there. When you lose Nick Leddy, you lose Ryan Suter, you're losing so much experience that kind of fills in that 6-7 hole where a guy that can just has that savvy veteran presence in the locker room and the practices, and guys want to just mimic that. Ryan Suter was so good for that, and they lost that this year. And then all of a sudden you had young people on that 6-7 kind of pair, 5-6-7 kind of trio, with Kessel and Tucker, and they didn't really have that veteran to kind of turn to. And I think that they realized that, boy, we really missed that. And that's one of the reasons why they got Justin Hall there at the deadline. And Justin's done a great job. 400-plus games in the National Hockey League. He's done a fantastic job. And this team, it's no surprise, has really kind of galvanized, and one of the reasons why is you have a good veteran presence on that bottom pair. So I think goaltender, you're set. I think defenseman, I think you got to add a veteran presence back there. We all see now how valuable that is. And then you need a little bit of scoring power. We've leaned too heavily on this Thomas, Holloway, and Snuggerud line, I think, in the second half. And it's been a fantastic line, and it's carried the Blues through so much. But right now, you're looking at the lack of depth scoring as a little bit of an issue. I think that there are certain pieces that you just need a little more time with, like that Dvorsky line with Stenberg and Berggren. I actually love that line. I'm surprised they haven't gotten on the board more. They've been probably the best line on the ice most nights throughout certain stretches. They just can't find the back of the net. So those lines, you just need a little more patience. But right now, I mean, that second line, Neighbors, Kyrou, and Buchnevich, that line should be working better. They should be producing more, especially on the road where they're getting a little bit better matchups because Thomas is getting some tough matchups. And that line's not really clicking the way they thought it would. So I would say a mid-pack forward, a scoring winger can certainly up the scoring and take a little bit more pressure off this Thomas group coming into next year.
Joey Vitale out in Southern California this morning. Blues and Ducks pregame 8 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 9 p.m. And Doug will be watching it from the St. Peter fish fry tonight.
Still open that late?
Oh, God. I think it's a 3 a.m., right?
Oh, is it?
I assume 3 a.m.
For you, Doug Vaughn, if I make a call to the Monsignor and say the great Doug Vaughn's coming at 4 a.m., he said, we're keeping it open. We're keeping it
that's a nice gesture.
Yeah. So
okay.
you can hang out there.
Probably get some good parking at that time, too.
Absolutely. That's all it's about. Joey, always appreciate it. Enjoy your time out there, and we'll see you next week, man.
All right. As well. Happy Easter to you and all your beautiful families. We'll talk to you next week.
There he is.
Well, all right,
Joey. That's Joey Vitale with us here on the Morning After, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Coming up, we have the Drops of the Week, brought to you by VIP Auto Accessories. VIP Auto Accessories brings you the Drops of the Week. That's coming your way next on the polosplus.com. dossier. Don't forget, 10% off when you enter TMA at checkout for Polos Plus, sponsor of our dossier. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up on that dossier, and Chris Pronger with us coming up in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The program is TMA. James Carlton is a longtime sponsor of this program and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. Grateful for his support. And he is my insurance agent. 314-961-4800. Imagine a phone call that if you made the call, it could lead to thousands of dollars. Would you make that phone call? My guess is the answer is yes.
Sure.
And that's what James Carlton and his team might be able to do for you when you call his offices with auto insurance or anything else for that matter. In addition, you're going to get incredible customer service. That's why James has more than 450 five-star reviews when you type his company into Google. It is James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm drops of the week next here on TMA from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, the jam. Chairman, when they played this last week and you were at the Concert Enterprise Center, tell me what happened the moment people heard the opening beats.
A lot of screaming. It got real loud in there. You can tell from the first chords that it's about to get real emotional.
Really?
Blow, Johnny, blow.
Excuse me?
Blow, comma, Johnny blow.
Blow. What does that mean?
Well, at the end of Can You Stand the Rain, I mean, Johnny just goes.
And he went.
Oh, did he go again?
Oh, my gosh.
Even in what I would imagine, what do you think Johnny Gill is, Doug? 57?
I don't have any idea.
I'll tell you. I'll look it up. Okay. I would make people wait until Monday for time spent listening.
I really liked his Lawrence Taylor earring, too.
Oh, he's got a Lawrence Taylor? 59.
Is it kind of dangly?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Sounds like you really liked it.
You know, where's one of those is Matt Adams.
Rafe Williams.
Also as well.
Jackson's height mogging Tim. That's from Mr. Slave.
Why would you do that?
I did stand up.
Okay.
We're still trying to figure out what that means.
Yeah, the word mogging is kind of weird.
Jackson doesn't like the word, he said on QFTA yesterday.
Showing off.
Yeah,
showing
flexing.
Is that right?
Flexing, mogging. Mean mog. Also
Mean mogs and
mean
shoulder
mog.
shrugs.
So by standing up, Jackson is mogging Tim. Who?
Yeah.
How do you know he's not standing up?
Thank you. Thank you.
To be fair.
Exactly. Tommy Cibulka, Brian Grigg. When I say their names, what do you think of? Window tinting?
Exactly.
It's VIP Auto Accessories. Yeah. Sponsor of our Drops of the Week, VIPAutoAccessories.com. I got to get my car in there. I'm going to do two things there. I'll tell you fine. It's not in violation of my NDA. The kids, they open up the car in our carport. The carport's very tiny. You've seen it. It's a 1.5 car carport.
Right. Because you've got some other stuff that you've been hoarding. Any possession is a good possession when you're in that position.
I have a 1.5 car carport, but it's adjacent to a 2-bay TrackMan simulator setup that I have. And so when the kids open up the car, there's these little dings on my whip.
Yeah, I get those.
And so Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg from VIP Auto Accessories looked at it and said, we can fix that quick, fast, in a hurry. And they said, how about window tinting? They said, we can do that quick, fast, in a hurry. They do everything at VIP Auto Accessories. They're a one-stop shop, and in some instances, people bring their vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything could have just been done right there at VIP Auto Accessories here in St. Louis, doing business since 1979 with 60-plus employees, allowing for quicker turnaround times. Doug, I know you're looking for a credible endorser, and you don't consider me to be that person. How about this? Caller Adam is a client.
Oh, is he really?
I passed by their offices yesterday.
Adam's offices?
No, VIP Auto.
Adam's. There was a suggestion. Maybe they could come in here and tint the windows so papers wouldn't be eviscerated by the sun.
Tommy and Brian would do that for you. Yeah. 4 departments all under one roof. Commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair, damage, and touch-up and after-market. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Cibulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg. Tell them that the Morning After sent you. It's VIPAutoAccessories.com, our sponsor of the Drops of the Week.
Morning After. Drops of the Week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop. Indeed it is. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off. Hey, man, that's a nice vest. You're like, oh, thanks. It's from the hair from a 14-year-old boy.
Well, it's not a phrase. It's a term.
Deep intellectual things are just my jam.
But there's never anybody walking around in downtown St. Louis.
It's not very often, you're right.
It's like, remember the old neutron bomb that wouldn't knock down buildings but just would eliminate all the people? It's like one of those hit St. Louis.
Okay, everyone close their eyes. When you think bull, do you think 5'2"?
And I didn't want to have wet pants.
No. I'll take a regular boy's haircut.
Or have the courage to come out and say that I enjoy men.
Why do so many people hate the show?
He's a vibe curator.
You guys know me. I'm anti-cooked fruit.
Well, it depends on how much Bill Butterfly wants.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, 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 down, drop, drop. Get it.
Okay. I think the vestment of hair kind of really stood out this week on the show.
Past that.
I got a message from a listener yesterday who said that my barber, who appeared on David Letterman, Bill Black, is his neighbor, and this listener's son, is really good friends with his son. And I believe Bill Black will be calling into the presentation.
Oh, my God.
It's a TMA exclusive.
Wow.
It's a TMA exclusive.
And
Huge
did
for
they
the show.
say anything about getting TMA merchandise made of hair?
I think when Bill is on, I think we see if we can get that done.
Okay.
Well, we've got a lot to get to. We have a lot to get to with Bill.
Prongs will.
Well, no,
be
I'm
with us.
saying when Bill's on, before we get to merchandising, I got a lot of questions. I do.
I told him, call on in, whatever. Chris Pronger's going to join us on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:30. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, coming your way at 9:45. The Tigers lineup is out. I haven't seen the Cardinal lineup. Have any of you boys seen the Cardinal lineup?
I haven't yet, no.
Okay. Cardinals playing a day game because it is the opener for the Detroit Tigers today. A lot of openers for those who are on the road to start the season around baseball.
I have a lineup.
Yeah,
I have a
you
lineup.
got it?
How about this? Mason Wynn leading off.
Okay. Oh, he wouldn't do it.
Ivan Herrera hitting in the 2-hole. Burleson third.
Oh, no way.
Ramon Urias is cleaning up today.
Oh, you've had it with that.
What in the hell is that?
Remember,
Watch him hit like Mark Witten September 7th.
He's 3 for 11 in his career. 3 for 11 in his career versus Framber Valdez. There you go, Tim.
There's that. Weatherhold.
Looks like JJ may have the day off today.
Yeah,
lefty.
not playing.
Walker, 5-hole. Pozo, Yozo.
Yes.
I got to be honest with the audience, Doug. It's called the Honesty in Media.
Yeah.
Does this look like the getaway line? We got Sajacy.
I fired a little taste on the Cardinals this morning.
Sajacy's
And I might see if the buyout's available.
So let's see here. Vic Scott is hitting 9th. Okay, so left field is Fermin. Right field is, second base, excuse me, is Sajacy. So Wynn, Herrera, Burleson.
Gorman and Weatherholt not playing.
Your lefties can't face the lefty. Urias, Walker, Pozo, Sajacy, Fermin, Scott. Did I take the over in this one?
They took kind of the air out of the Pozo getting the start.
No.
I was going to be more excited.
I think I'd hit him clean
I think they're
up.
doing a favor of the Tigers, like enjoy opening day.
When you just look at this lineup,
Here's Jose Fermin.
could it be the weakest lineup the Cardinals have put on the field, maybe in the history of the franchise?
History.
To Mike Greenberg, it might be accurate.
To find a point on it.
You don't think Fermin's going to hit?
Well, I don't know.
Heaven.
I don't
You don't think Urias going to hit in the
doesn't
4 hole?
inspire a
If I
lot
got
of
the
hope.
buyout option.
You think Ramon Urias walked in and said, I'm hitting cleanup?
How many times do you think he's hit cleanup in his career?
Well, that's a good question. I'm going to guess never, but I don't know that for a fact.
But in fairness, how many times did Wynn hit cleanup in his career?
I was about to ask, because when Tim, you said the lineup wasn't out yet, I was about to ask a question of the dais and say, when something gets scrutinized or over-scrutinized, like Wynn hitting cleanup, do managers or coaches have a tendency to double down? Like, okay, I want to move him, but now I can't because it's what everybody's saying I should do.
I feel like my hand was forced.
I was going to ask that question. Now we have our answer. Wynn is, in fact, moved out of the cleanup spot.
I just think if you're going to sit Weatherholt and Gorman because they're left-handed, shouldn't they be getting used to hitting against left-handed pitchers? These are two of your cornerstone players that you're trying to build around. You're not going to sit them every time there's a lefty, are you?
Right.
They got to learn how to do it.
Is the JC playing second?
He is playing second.
Yeah, okay.
Fermin is in left. I would agree with that. And now, if you want to say give Weatherholt a day, he's a young guy, whatever. I mean, they just had a day off, day game Wednesday, but it is that lefty-lefty thing. I'm sure that's what it's about.
Why the F isn't JJ playing? What are they trying to rest his arm? That's from MD 2020.
I assume you'll see a decent amount of him having, just because they always say with the young guys, it's like, well, they've never played a 162-game schedule. And it's like, well, I think he can probably handle it. He seems
of course he can.
Pretty well equipped so far. Yeah, that's strange.
I would think you could handle it better at age 23 than you could at age 33.
I would agree.
They are missing Skubal on this trip through Detroit.
That's a nice hit. He lost a game 1-0 2 nights ago in Arizona. So they dodge him. but they're doing a favor to the Tigers for their opener, Jackson?
It's just that the lineup doesn't necessarily inspire a lot of optimism, but in fairness, it's not like they have a world-ending lineup even at their best.
I think if you just based on this year's team, Urias is a bench player, Pozo is a bench player, so JC is a bench player, Fermin is a bench player, and all four are in the lineup.
Right.
So I ship the over. I'm going to sweat this one out today.
At that rate, why don't they just bring back Ty Wigginton and Khalil Green to eat up some at-bats, Doug? That's Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't get it. I know you got to keep everybody happy. You got to get them all in, but I don't know that you want to get 3 or 4 of them in the same game.
It's a rebuild, guys. It's from the 618.
Listen, if Pozo does what we know he can do, none of this will matter.
Okay.
Just get runners on when
load them up. Load them up for Big Joel.
He should be the cleanup hitter.
Yes.
Couldn't agree more.
I agree. Over under on hits today for our guy Pozo.
There's a number set.
There actually is.
Oh, wow. Absolutely.
Is it a half or 1.5?
1.5
probably in the half community, but I'll give you boys the.
If it's a half, I'm hammering.
Hammer the half, but 1.5.
1.5, you sweat.
Yeah, I might. Since I'm not getting the buyout option, I might need to try to get out of the hole here. This is how you get into real problems, boys.
What did you guys
get into real problems?
Did you guys text McGreevy and say, Mike, you checked the lineup yet?
Yeah. He's probably like, I went into the bottom of the 9th with a 4-run lead, or the top of the 9th, and I threw a no-hitter, and I didn't get the win. Yeah. I'm already at peace with it. Yeah. Let me see what I got here. Pozo's not even on the board, Jackson. How about that? How about that insult?
Fine, they doubt him. I bet you by August he'll be on every board.
Nice.
My guy.
Oh, according to Chairman Kurt, this text just in from 5 feet away. This is the first time Urias has ever hit cleanup.
There you go.
As we predicted.
I mean, I see him hitting 8th, and I go, or 7th, or whatever the hell they got. I know he had a home run the other night, but I'm like,
I mean, if you have,
I don't really get this thing.
Doug, is the rule you have to have a cleanup hitter in baseball? Is that the rule?
You just skip it.
You just skip it.
Yeah, mathematically, someone's going to be the 4th guy.
In all honesty, and I would say that to Ollie, if he's streaming in the dugout right now, whatever, if you have to have a cleanup hitter, and I get it, not a lot of great options, I think for today, then I'd be okay if you threw Walker in there. I'd be okay if you threw Pozo in there. It's going to take me a while till I get to that.
You could throw any of them in there. I don't care if they're young. They're big boys. If they can't handle hitting 4th because it's going to get in their brains, you got to get different players. If you mentally can't handle playing in the major leagues, get someone who can.
Walrus King is not happy. The world is ending because of a lineup. Get a grip. Doug, that's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Maybe they're saving up for Flaherty tomorrow.
Think so, to send a message?
Yeah. We'll
load that lineup.
We'll give you this one, but we're taking it to you Saturday. Weird day game, night game weekend.
Wow. How often does that happen? Parlay that with a Urias cleanup hitter.
Probably a Wrigley, probably a Cubs game series.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. That's a nice take.
That's what this schedule looks like.
Did you see Flaherty just got engaged? Does that affect the start?
Mazel tov.
Do we have Flaherty's exchange? Because he was not happy. He and Derek Gould went back and forth, I believe, debating the
Derek's not happy with Gary Cohen.
He told him to go to Gramophone and have a sandwich.
That's correct. And then Jack Flaherty was not happy with Derek. So does that mean that Jack Flaherty and Gary Cohen are in an alliance?
It could
well be
a strange alliance that is.
Here it is. Take a listen.
All right, it's the leave right now.
So that's the way that you go about the game.
We don't know that unless we ask, Jack. We don't know.
Well, then you don't understand pitching, and that's okay.
Say that again.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. You said I don't understand pitching.
That's the way that.
We just don't feel like we should guess. We want your answer so we can quote you and give it to the fans.
Okay, Derek.
That's why we ask.
Whatever you say.
Whatever you say. Well, I hope they get along this weekend. Maybe they hammer Flaherty. Then if I'm Derek, in a troll move, I go to get some post game from the opposing locker room. So what happened out there?
Don't you understand pitching?
Nipper School Monitor says, I agree, Walrus King. You got to play the bench guys, too, to keep them sharp throughout the season. Doug, that's the Nipper School Monitor.
You do, but maybe all at once.
Can't let him run on the bench.
This is that getaway lineup that we used to say the skipper would throw out. Then even the players, Scotty Rowland, would roll their eyes. But you know what, Tim? Whenever there's a narrative and everybody's going one way, maybe these boys are just going to tee up Valdez.
You know what? It's going to be wonderful because I can't get out of my bet that I placed at 6 this morning.
You're pot committed.
I am. They are not allowing me out of it. Like downtown St. Louis, it feels like our team got hit with a neutron bomb because it's a bunch of nobody's walking out there. That's from the Sheepy Reporter.
Okay.
What if Gary, the next time they play them, remember when St. Louis had people up and down the lineup, and now they don't?
I don't recall any lineup that would be less intimidating than that one that the Cardinals have put on the field. Am I missing something? I don't know. This is this is odd. That's the best they can do.
Well, they're going to shock the world.
Maybe
today.
they'll stun us.
This place is going to be buzzing.
I'm actually really intrigued with this game now. I forgot that it was at noon, but now I'm going to pay close attention.
You can give your thoughts by texting in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then coming up at 9:45 on the polosplus.com dossier, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You can participate in that by emailing into the show the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Coming up at 9:30, Chris Pronger will join us.
Tim, you want to make some money?
Yes, I do.
Miles Michaelis is facing the LA Dodgers.
I bet the Cubs.
That'll go well.
And I can't remember what the number, I think it might have been it had to have been plus 850. The Cubs to score 8 or more runs in their game against Michaelis this past weekend, and they were able to score 10, Doug. And I was handsomely rewarded. The wind was blowing out, Michaelis toeing the slab, and I said to my wife, you want to move down to Jupiter? Miles Michaelis is on the mound in Chicago with the wind blowing out, sister. We go in Sizzla.
Oh, we go in Sizzla?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, we go in
That's his
Sizzla.
second
And guess
start of
what?
the
We
year.
went Sizzla.
He's already settled in the area. Current ERA is at 7.20. Dodger lineup, Doug, you like a good lineup?
Sure, I do.
Ohtani, Tucker, Betts, Freeman, Will Smith, Max Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez.
Why aren't they resting all these guys?
Somebody's got to be on this team.
Thank you, Joe. Well, we got Urias hitting cleanup.
Yep.
In all seriousness, what would you do there, Doug? Would you put Herrera clean up and then just stick anybody else in the 2-hole, I think? Just stick anybody in the 2-hole and give me Herrera cleaning up.
Lisa writes, puke. Longtime critic of Cardinal manager.
Well, what happened to all the positive thoughts we had? We get a little Mason Wynn blooper. We were all on board.
If I was J.J. Weatherholt or Gorman and told you need a day off, I'd almost be insulted by that.
Or if
You
there's
think, we just had a day off. I'm 23, 24 years old. You think I can't play a baseball game every day?
You have to imagine Weatherholt will pinch hit at some point. Or Gorman.
Maybe. But
well, I think also
they'd
the
wanna play
idea
every day.
Well, when it's a lefty, the idea like, oh, you can't hit lefties. I think at some point, if you're a big leaguer, you would be offended by that.
Yeah, because there's a lot of them out there.
And Gorman's actually been. In addition to Weatherholt and Gorman have been two of your better producers.
Yeah, if these are going to be two of your cornerstone building blocks, they need to be out there darn near every single day.
For the record, Doug, you like this? Down on the farm.
Okay, sure.
Cardinals have some good things going down on the farm. Friend of the program, War Eagle, Richard Fitz, got the start yesterday, and he threw 5 2/3, struck out 5, and only allowed 2 earned runs. No walks, 7 hits, and he got the win in the Memphis Redbirds win. There was some raking going on. Blaze Jordan raking. He's got a 1,627 OPS after going 3 for 4 with a home run and 3 RBIs. And Baez 2 for 5 yesterday for the Cardinals as well. And Crooks did not play, but he had been raking to start the season as well. Doug, down on the farm.
Okay. Jordan's an interesting guy, Blaze Jordan, because he's torn up minor league pitching. But this spring, he didn't hit anything, nothing. So he's going to have to shake the label of maybe being one of those 4A players.
Crooks' OPS is 1,811.
How old is Crooks? It feels like
Jackson, you know all things catcher.
He's got to be 24-ish in that realm. Like he's not that young.
He is 24.
So at some point, you got to find a spot for him.
I say right now. I say hit him clean up today.
Today would have been a day to just unload the catcher arsenal.
They could have just picked him up on the way to Detroit.
But he's a left-handed hitter, too.
So?
Well, we're putting all the lefties on the bench except
Alec
for
Burleson. Hits left. This might be a dumb question, but with no Contreras anymore. If Burleson needs a day off, they put Herrera at first?
Ozo could play first.
Maybe.
Now we're talking.
No, so when Burley's not at first, yeah, it's a Herrera.
Yeah.
Your Nelson Velasquez update, that was, Doug, while you were vacationing in the Hamptons, that was the source of consternation when we had Hyman Bloom on the program.
He was genuinely surprised how many people knew who Velasquez was.
And he loved the fact that he's like, man, I'm in a baseball city. He loved it. He said there were multiple reasons why they made the move. I don't know why he didn't say more about Nathan Church, who clearly was one of the reasons. But either way, Velasquez is 0 for 15 so far in Memphis.
Huh. He's really taken hold of that opportunity.
Yeah.
Depressed.
But Blaze Jordan, 9 for 18. Jimmy Crooks, 8 for 15. And Josh Baez, Doug, he is 6 for 22. Crooks and Jordan each have 3 home runs, and the team is they've only played Crooks in 4 games, Jordan in 5 games. So there you go, Doug. We're down on the farm with Bob Evans, delicious sausage.
Well, if they hit anywhere close to that, it's pretty hard pace to maintain. But anything close to that for a month or so, I'd say bring them up. Put Jordan at first. Put Burleson back out in left field. Put Crooks as your catcher who can hit a little bit. And then let them see what they can do.
I think you'll see that at some point this season.
I hope so.
The Redbirds did that yesterday, all off of the Orioles' top prospect, Trey Gibson, too. He's the Pipeline's 72nd best prospect. All of Jordan's hits were over 100 miles an hour. The sweeper he crushed was hangry. That's from that little slut Tinsel.
Oh, gosh, we had problems with that dog when
minor
she got
league
outside.
Baseball expert, little slut Tinsel.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Did you know your dog was not only horny, but a wonderful expert on minor league baseball?
That's good.
A lot of poodles, no ball.
Yeah, it's true.
The only way the season's a failure is if any of Burley, Wynn, Scott, Walker, Gorman, Herrera, and JJ don't play 150 games without injury. We need to know what they are. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Will more people watch the Cardinals on TV tomorrow or the Memphis Redbirds on Matrix Midwest tomorrow? That's
Cardinals.
from the artist formerly known as Zebo's wrestling buddy.
Cardinals. You have to be really hardcore to watch minor league baseball.
I wouldn't know how to get Matrix Midwest if you wrote me notes.
I guess they had the game last night, the Memphis game.
You watch it off an antenna, or if you got cable, it's on there.
Is that right?
Why about crap myself?
So what if I'm a YouTube TV guy?
I think they have it. Yeah.
Do we really? Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
The day of the selection, remember, we had all the big storms. And Doug's outlet said, well, you can also get the show clean over at Matrix. And now I need to find it within like the next 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. By the time you found it, all the selections were made.
I went split screen with sleeves rolled up and storms and just kind of silently watched.
You watched Bateman?
But it is out there. On Spectrum, I think it's channel 6. I believe that's where it is.
Yeah, but I'm almost positive YouTube TV has it.
Get involved in the program. Text in, call in, talk it over with other TMA listeners, and watch the show on YouTube. 267 friends are in there talking it over right now, like Scorsy, Bach Hog, Overbearing Sports Dad, Nipper School Monitor, and Wake Up Willoughby. Is that Dedrick Willoughby? Did he play at Iowa State under Johnny Orr?
I don't know.
Or did he go to College Park with Larry Eustace? Anybody know? Foxfire? Was that Foxfire?
He was with Eustace.
Okay. Dedrick Willoughby, Doug.
Okay.
Well, anyway, he's in the YouTube chat.
He is
passed away 2 years ago.
Well, making it
Who
interesting.
did, Dedrick?
Dedrick Willoughby, yeah.
What about Pooh Shiesty?
What do you know about Pooh Shiesty?
He was involved in a shooting yesterday or the day before.
I think he kidnapped Gucci Mane.
Yes, he did. He and his dad.
What?
Hard to believe a guy named Pooh Shiesty would do something wrong.
I can't believe Doug knows who Pooh Shiesty is.
Well, I didn't until I saw the story about rappers shooting each other or kidnapping each other. And his dad got in there and helped.
Chris Pronger will give us his thoughts on a potpourri of topics, including a new book, a media tour, Martin.
Yeah, he's making appearances. And I believe before a Blues game, he's making an appearance.
Look at this guy.
He was in studio the other day, and we tweeted out, Prong's got the new book, and people started asking, will you be in Kansas City? Will you be in Philadelphia? He's gotten a lot of people chiming in. Where will he be appearing? He also likes to scold the dais, so be ready, Doug, be ready.
That's what he always did when we covered him. It was good. You couldn't go over to that locker stall, Doug, and just ask, so tell us what you think about tonight's game with the Ducks. Well, what do you mean by that?
Why don't you tell us about it? Sounds like you've done some research, Douglas. What do you have in mind? When they switched the name, it went from Savas Center, or maybe it went from Kiel to Savas. And what's a player going to say about it? But it had just happened. So we're in the locker room.
You asked his thoughts?
So I said, hey, you got a new name on the building? And he literally had a thought. He goes, looks to me like it's not much cash involved. A lot of stock. Doesn't really. He had a whole breakdown on why it really wasn't a great money deal. And I think he may have been proven correct.
Look at that. Prong per prong.
So,
prong,
and how about tech questions for prongs? Fire away.
Yeah, how about that? 314-399-9646.
I'll take them.
You can also email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, Design Air is online at designairservice.com. What you got?
Well, what I have is a furnace and an air conditioner, and Design Air is taking care of both. And I'm very happy that they did, because they do fantastic work, and they've been serving St. Louis now since 1904. They have got some experience there. A lot of their technicians they're known as the home of the handsome repairman. I don't know who you might get, possibly Scott, and when he gets a little hacked off, he becomes War Scoots. But man, these guys, they can flat out fix your furnace or your air conditioner. They're not just another HVAC company. Longest running sponsor on TMA. We thank them for that. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation family member, running the show at Design Air. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. They got a big staff. They'll get right out there if you've got some kind of problem. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. I like to say Design Air brings the heat.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email today. Send them in. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, we may have a monster change on the horizon in the world of college football, and it couldn't delight me anymore. We'll have that for you coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Ducks. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9, right here on 101 ESPN. Woo! That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Tell me this isn't the jam. I dare you.
I don't
This
think
song
it
is
is.
so good.
You're kidding, I hope.
What are you talking about? Red
Jackson's
Bone by
gonna fight
Childish
you.
Gambino?
Jackson's gonna fight you. Jackson's gonna
So
fight you.
good.
This
would be-
song?
Yes.
Oh, this is perfect clubhouse pregame music.
Yes, it is.
Starting pitcher always picks. That'll be a good McGreevy question down the road. What's your pregame mixtape?
Nice. What's up, man? It's Papers.
What's up? It's Papers. That's so embarrassing.
For who?
The world. All the above. By the way, Tim, we were talking Sharks, I don't know, 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
The last time they made the Stanley Cup, this is a duh moment.
Oh, I know.
They beat the Blues because that was the
that
conference
is
finals.
Inaccurate.
Last time they made the Stanley Cup finals?
Oh, I thought you said last time they made the Stanley Cup playoffs.
No. Well, the
last time they were playoffs was
against the
losing
Blues.
to
Yeah,
the
the hand
Blues.
pass series. Yeah,
Yes.
but the last time
Pete
they made
DeBoer.
we said, weren't they in the Cup finals? And I said, feels recent. And then I looked it up. I'm like, duh, it was they beat the Blues in 2016.
Kind
San
of a
Jose.
slap-ass series.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
It's odd that hockey is the only sport that does, like, the name of the trophy as the name of the playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs. You know, it's not called the Larry O'Brien playoffs.
Or the Lombardi playoffs.
Or the Lombardi playoffs.
Okay, all right.
It's just it's a quirk. I'm not
Mount
saying
Rushmore of signature trophies, prizes.
like the actual apparatus.
Yeah, so therefore I'm doing this to include the green jacket. So I don't know
Okay.
if you'd call that leading the witness,
Yeah.
although I think that is fair.
Vessels.
Don't you like that Mount Rushmore of vessels?
No, don't say
The
vessels.
Stanley Cup is
Stanley,
one.
you would acknowledge that.
100%.
What a great moment for Jackson Burkett.
100%. It's the size of like a human, so therefore a small human. at
All right,
that.
Rivs, don't beat up Papers.
Half a human.
This man.
Tim sits in the saucer at the top.
What are you doing? What is it? Drop out of it.
Taking a bath.
I'll be bathing in Carolina this year when they hoist the chalice.
If we're talking about iconic, I think that the green jacket would have an argument for second.
I agree with you.
If we're talking pure iconic.
Well, baseball is just a hunk of metal.
Yeah, the baseball one, honestly, I think the World Series rings are cooler than the trophy itself.
With the rally squirrel on it.
Yeah. I would say
How about the golden oro or whatever it is in soccer when you win the World Cup?
beautiful trophy. That's a really cool
I kind of think that might be live. I like that
That's
play.
a beautiful trophy. I really like that.
Are you sleeping on the claret jug?
Claret jug's cool. Anything you can drink out of automatically ups its stock.
What about the Wanamaker
Super-
trophy?
The Super Bowl trophy is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Lombardi.
Yeah, the Lombardi trophy is pretty cool.
And all you have to say is Lombardi, and people know you're playing
Yeah,
for.
it's pretty cool. Although it feels like it should be bigger. It's my take. If Tom Brady can throw it between boats, then it needs to be bigger.
The Daytona 500 trophy's awesome. It's from Beer Cats.
Okay, hit the Google search.
Yeah, if half the sports community don't know what it looks like, it's probably not deserving of a spot on the Mount Rushmore.
You can make an argument for a gold medal. An Olympic gold medal is way up there. Yeah. Anything you can wear also helps.
That's one of your factors.
The Daytona 500, not in my big board is what I'd say on the Daytona 500 one. Not on my big board.
I like that plate they give to women's tennis winners. That's from Mark Hannah Martin, and he's the sponsor of the 9 o'clock
Like
hour.
a nice plate.
So you automatically get read. If you sponsor the hour, your text automatically
What
to
is it called?
the
Shields.
front of the
I think
line.
they're called shields. Soccer has a lot of those.
Mark Hannah's online at evergreen-ws.com or by calling 314-889-0503. I don't know what it's in everybody's TikTok algorithms, although I guess, Martin, Doug, you're not on TikTok. Instagram Reels? I don't know what you're... Anything? Okay.
I'm on TikTok.
I know you are. And so my algorithm, a lot of financial stuff. And man, they hammer home my regret of not getting started earlier, not managing money earlier. And I think if I go back to what I was thinking so many years ago, you're living paycheck to paycheck, and the idea of saving money, it's like, well, how can I possibly do that? But just set aside just to watch this. A small taste, a small taste.
Just a smidgen.
And you just get in the habit of not only doing that, but then also it's really simple, especially now because the software just downloads your statements from your various bank accounts and credit card accounts, and it's just there for you. You can see what you have coming in and what you have going out, and you've taken a significant step. And then make sure you're working with somebody like Mark Hanna, who's truly a wonderful person and can put you on the right path for your individual and or family's goals. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreenstl.com. Well, I'm delighted to see this from T-Town in Tuscaloosa from The Athletic. With future expansion of the college football playoff practically inevitable, a prominent athletic director says the SEC should get rid of its championship game. Quote, I think the ship has sailed. It's run its course. That's from Alabama Athletic Director Greg Byrne. He told the USA Today the following, that he thinks it is over. The SEC was the first major conference to establish a championship game back in 1992. It was the brainchild of former Commissioner Roy Kramer, and it's become a tentpole event for the conference that brings in upward of $50 million in revenue annually. Among the power conferences, the SEC title game has consistently been the most successful and lucrative. But since the CFP expanded to 12 teams 2 years ago, the value of conference championship games and how they impact playoff selections and preparation has come into question. Both SEC championship participants have made the playoff in each of the past 2 years. And as far as the CFP is concerned, the game has been for seeding. Same goes for the Big Ten. Byrne told USA Today, quote, it's a great event. I don't like the idea of it going away, but I think it's reality with an expanded playoff. And Oregon coach Dan Lanning, who was an SEC assistant, says he would like to see a new CFP schedule as a whole where the playoff starts right after the regular season and then wraps up in early January. In the case of this upcoming season, Doug, the college football playoff championship game will be played 6 days away from February.
Oh, God.
In Las Vegas.
No,
boy, those poor student athletes. I hope they can keep up with their lessons.
Good for you. Good for you.
There is that dead zone there in December.
Yes.
Let's get it going.
All the momentum, it's sucked away. And I get what they're trying to do with the Army-Navy game. And I think what would be ideal is if you have a college football playoff game at 11, if you want to have the Army-Navy game at 2 or 2:30, and then it's an exclusive window, and then another college football playoff game, and you're going to have 2 on Friday.
Love that.
Yeah, Army-Navy doesn't need its own day. I agree. How about the window? That's fair. Nobody else plays at that time, but that day can't be.
Doug, let's pass it through Congress.
Okay, well, nothing passes through Congress anymore.
If I can attach the Rose Bowl gets the sunset game time, I'd also like to throw it on there.
For heaven's sakes.
What if that kills the deal?
Then the deal was never worth it in the first place.
Oh, this guy lives for
sunsets. There's a
I'm going to need
sunset
some
everywhere.
potholes on Ballas address. Can I attach that as well?
Yeah, just start throwing things in there. I'd like some Swedish fish.
Doug, what if Army or Navy were to make the playoff? That's from Marcia's burner.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No, Navy 2 years ago was in the hunt. I mean, they were on the outside looking in for sure, but they were.
It's a fair counter by Marcia's burner.
Yeah, they were at one point in the hunt.
That's another reason to move it to Veterans Day.
Yeah, that's a good point. But then what if Veterans Day is on a Saturday?
Tim, don't be stupid. Army-Navy should be the first game of the year. That's from Vizini.
Don't hate that either.
Yeah.
Don't hate that either. I think it sets a good tone for a college football season. Better than whatever they play, no offense to our friends in Ireland, but better than like when they start in Dublin with the game.
Stupid.
How dare you both?
It's our game.
Chris Pronger is going to join us.
It's not Ireland's game.
Just coming up. Actually, if you look back on it, there were a bunch of drunk guys just beating the hell out of each other, and a rock rolled out, and they ran around with it.
Yeah, the first game.
Chris Pronger is going to join us coming up here on the Polos Plus dossier. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. The program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios. Roof Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of replacement. It's online at notanewroof.com. The best part is it's up to 90% less than the cost of a roof replacement and guaranteed to extend the life of your roof by up to 15 years. For many Americans, their home is their most valuable asset, and the roof is the most expensive and most important single feature when it comes to protecting that asset. But here's the deal. If you get hit by a storm and that roof starts going away, the mindset used to be that insurance is going to take care of it. Those days are over. So make sure you maintain what could be your biggest risk with what might be your most valuable asset by going to notanewroof.com, and you can see the incredible before and after photos. Visit notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF today to see if your roof is a candidate and save your roof and save your money. EMA 101 ESPN. The program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the presentation. And during the commercial break, Jackson Burkett connected with our guest coming up here, Chris Pronger. But I noticed you didn't call yourself Papers.
Yeah, that's, not on that familiar level with
Well, why
Chris
don't you
Pronger.
get familiar? You and
I'd love
Pronger
to.
would hit it off.
I think so.
If Chris Pronger were to be in studio with us as opposed to sitting in Southern California right now, would you recognize him?
Yeah, absolutely. He's really tall. Talk about height mogging. You get all of us.
Tower over the whole dais.
Yeah.
Well, he joins us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And Chris, isn't it wonderful that the producer of the show that does Morning Drive on the Blues station would be able to recognize you?
Big step.
That is that's saying something, right?
Very nice.
He's not really, Chris, our producer Jackson is not really polished on the game of hockey, and it comes up on occasion. And at times, as the hub for Blues hockey, we're a little embarrassed.
Well, I'll just leave it at this. I'm not impressed, Jackson.
Clip that off.
I got work to do.
A little jab that hurt.
I got work to do. I'm not afraid of work.
You've got a lot of work to do to bone up on what we do on the ice surface, if you will.
Yeah. He thought Vancouver was in the Blues division, and we kind of pointed out they're a bit far apart.
What is this?
It's an intervention, jackass.
This is going to be the whole interview.
That's all it is. It's us ripping. Prongs, what do you got? You got so many things going on. I'm always amazed. I was like BSing with the Isringhausen. We were down in spring training. I said, didn't you guys make enough money just to be able to relax? And then Isringhausen's like, I want to be able to work with these guys. You're now, Martin, is it fair to say media mogul? Is he a mogul? He's a mogul. You're working just as hard now in retirement.
Per se, but mogul might be a stretch. But no, I enjoy working. I'm enjoying building out my speaking platform, enjoying getting into the broadcasting game. I'm now officially part of Martin's cult, the media.
Nice.
I now get the first question, and I have to treat it as such and make sure that it's a good one so that I don't get kiboshed like Martin used to.
Oh, do you ever find it hard to come up with questions that you know the answers to? Because a lot of times when you do interviews, you already know the answer. And as a longtime player, I expect most of the questions you ask, you already know what the answer is.
Sometimes the first question is to lead you into the second question.
Ooh, wow, like a counselor.
Deep thoughts right there. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Or a principal.
The book is called Earned, The True Cost of Greatness for one of hockey's fiercest competitors. And Pronger has penned the book. It's going to be out April 14th. I believe that exact day is also when there's a Blues event at Stiefel Theater leading into the Blues and Penguins that night. You're on the circuit here. What are some of the other dates coming up? If folks want to, it's interesting. I tweeted out when you're on TV, we had people in Philadelphia, people in Kansas City saying, are you swinging by? Let's give the St. Louis folks your rundown.
Yeah, let's give all of St. Louis. We've got that event at Stiefel Theater. The night, if you're going to take in the Penguins game, you might as well slide over and hear a nice little fireside chat with me and Chris Kerber and maybe get your book signed and all that good stuff. And then I have another event the next night, the 15th, which is at Andres the Palladium. All of these events, if you just go to chrispronger.com/events, you'll find them all there. Then I've got some book signings at Barnes & Noble on Saturday and Sunday. The one is at the Ladue Crossing location, and then the other one is at the West County Mall location.
chrispronger.com for all things Prong's appearances. Okay, so why the book? And tell folks, give them a little sneak peek what's in there.
Well, it is a playbook of sorts. It's part, I like to look at it as part memoir, part life lessons gleaned from not only my playing career, but, youth hockey days and then post-playing days. And, I think I'd kicked tires for probably 10 or 12 years on potentially writing a book and, doing a biography, doing all this stuff. And a lot of the things that are on there or in the book are not on Google. You can't Google some of these stories. They're all just from the vault in my head. And
I've never really gone into detail about a lot of these things. And just some of the, I think as I looked back after I retired and as I started building up my speaking platform, I started looking at things that I could talk about that would make an impact on people. And as I kind of dug through all that stuff, I really started to see a framework of a book and how people could utilize it to level up and be difference makers in their own life. And so started out to look at what some of the key points were. And it's, I continually bet on myself and made decisions that were going to challenge me to level up myself, level up my game, level up, personally and professionally. And I think as we start going through that, the adversity that we all face and how we answer that bell and how dedicated and diligent we are in wanting to, we all say we want to do things, but what are we willing to, how are we going to take action? What are we really doing to facilitate getting to that point? And, I heard Michael Phelps talking one time and he's like, 12 years straight, 365 days in a row, I was in the pool, regardless, Christmas, New Year's, birthdays, Easter's, whatever. He was like, I was in the pool because I wanted it and I wanted to be the best. And I think that's the challenge in the book for people is how great do you want to be and what are you willing to do to get it? And ultimately, as you go through the book, it kind of challenges you to, look at different parts of your life and different parts of either decisions or upcoming decisions you need to make, and you need to challenge yourself, bet on yourself, and then go and put the work in.
So when did the light bulb go off for you? When did the talented young prospect kind of get it?
Well, I think you may have been there, Martin. It was at my first year in St. Louis, about halfway through the year. The chorus of boos were raining down at that time. What was it called? Kiel Center. It's had about 6 names, so if I had to go back through my catalog of names there, Kiel Center was the boos were raining down on top of me, and I just was in a dark place, depressed, and questioning myself at every turn. And ultimately, I just needed to make a decision. Am I going to let this be the end? Am I going to quit? Am I going to let my career fizzle out, or am I going to take action and do something about it? And ultimately went and saw a sports psychologist, and he asked me 4 words that kind of changed everything. What are your standards? And I sat there a little dazed and confused. I was like, I don't have any. I just know how to play the game of hockey, and set out to kind of create some non-negotiables that I needed to live by. And once I did that, things turned around. And, oh, by the way, there was that guy that wore number 99 that we traded for that kind of took the eyeballs and attention away from me. And they were keenly aware of what he was doing on a day-to-day basis. So that kind of gave me the freedom to kind of find myself and find my game, which ultimately I did. And then once I did, I kind of put the hammer down on training and, eating and different protocols like that, and kind of bet on myself and invested in myself and, became the player that I did.
Were you pretty shocked and upset when you got traded for Shanahan way back when?
No, I was excited. I don't know if you've been to Hartford.
I don't Gary Cohn moment here.
As difficult a moment, and frankly, playing in the Eastern Conference, obviously St. Louis in the Western Conference. And there was a lockout, you remember, so we didn't play the Eastern Conference. I played them one time. I'd been to St. Louis once in my life, and it was, I think, game 5 or 7 of my career in the National Hockey League. So I didn't really know anything about St. Louis other than what Chaser told me that lockout year when we picked them up in Hartford. So I didn't know much about it. And frankly, at that time, I didn't realize Shanny had kind of become the guy in St. Louis. I always thought it was Brett Hull's team, and he was the big guy, and I didn't realize that what Shanny was kind of building towards in St. Louis. So that caught me off guard a little bit, and maybe the fact that I came into camp a little out of shape. I'm sure that didn't help either.
A couple of texts are saying, tell Chris we apologize for booing back in 95. And then somebody else says,
no, I accept it. I liked it. It you know what? It got me to where I was. It hardened me and gave me the grit I needed to deal with all the other stuff the adversity I faced throughout the course of the rest of my career.
You were really young at that time, too, right? Was it like 20, 21?
Yeah, 21. Yeah, I turned 21 when the season started. I turned 21. So there's if you go on, if you buy the book, and there you can go on my website and put in your ticket number. There's a cool podcast that I did with John Hamm and Joe Buck, where we go back to those early days when I was sitting in Cardwell's as John Hamm was the bartender, serving me drinks as I sat there on those lowly days when life was bleak and I was struggling, and and he just remembers me looking like I needed a friend.
So really, Ham was the bartender?
That's insane, man.
Ham was back in his early days. I think he was like 25-ish. And Joe was in the beginnings of his career and just kind of starting out. So we talk about kind of that early days and the rise and kind of how our paths all kind of intersected. So it's a pretty cool little podcast.
How about that? ChrisPronger.com for all the appearances coming up. The book is called Earned. If you want some questions, the texters are firing away.
Let them rip.
Okay.
Nice. All right. The door has been opened. You can text in for a question from Chris Pronger at 314-399-9646. Martin, take it away.
Will you be joining the Toronto front office? There you go.
Lots
Let's get
of
right
those
to
coming
it.
in there, Prongs.
Let's get right to it.
We're off the rails. Oh, God, I love it. I have not been contacted. I can tell you that.
Would you be interested if you were contacted?
Mm-hmm.
As I've said in every statement, I would talk to people, whether it was Toronto, whether it was somebody else. I would talk to them to just get a gauge on what they're looking for, whether I was a fit, whether I wasn't a fit, whether they just wanted help finding somebody. I have, I think as I've said also in years past, I made the mistake in 2004 of saying, I will never play under a salary cap, and then proceeded to play under a salary cap. So when we use the word never, that's a very hard no answer when you don't have control over that. Obviously, I have control about taking a job, but I would talk whether it's Toronto, whether it's whatever. I would talk to people, but it might not be a good fit. You never know.
About what kind of role? What would you like to do?
Well, that's the question. I don't know. It depends on what role they're looking to fill or what they want to do. It's I'm very happy doing what I'm doing. It's very stress-free. You get into those roles. It's just you amp up the stress and pressure and whatnot. So you want to make sure that it's a good fit for what you're capable of doing and what you love to do and all the rest of that stuff. So it's not as cut and dry as I think I can do this. I want to do this, and here it is. It's got to be a fit, and it's got to be what they're looking to do, and it's a long process. I'm trying to figure all that out.
And for the record, for those who may not be aware of it, although obviously our guest Chris Pronger is very aware of it, the Toronto Sun listed Pronger as one of the possible candidates for the Maple Leafs GM role. Also listed Doug Armstrong. I think there's a Kalshi list or one of those betting sites. Oh, yeah.
Or one of those
the prediction market.
makers.
Yeah, the prediction markets.
Prediction markets.
That's the prediction markets. I'm all over those.
Yeah. Yes.
Just looking at what you're doing right now, at the same time, it's kind of like a decade ago, there were a bunch of guys who were like, you know what, if we could be the ones to bring the Chicago Cubs and their fans their first World Series in more than a century. It's the greatest legacy you could possibly have in baseball. Whoever winds up bringing the cup to Toronto, I mean, that's eternal life in the game of hockey. But the downside, you made reference to, is the pressure that comes with that gig. That certainly would be a lifestyle change, I'd imagine.
Well, it's not only the pressure; it's having the ability to operate and run it as you see fit. That also becomes the question: are you going to be able to do what you want to do, or what you think needs to happen? So there's a lot of things that whether it's that, whether it's you can pick 31 other jobs. It's not as cut and dry as people think, and it's not as easy to say, oh, why don't you hear people all the time, why don't they trade for this guy? I'm like, well, because he's not available, and if he is available, he's going to cost too much. And, oh, by the way, then we got to go pay him. There's a lot of factors in all these different decisions, including taking a job and doing whatever. So it's, I think people are putting the cart before the horse, and I'm not pining for it. I love, as I said, I love what I do. It's been a lot of fun thus far, and I'm looking forward to kind of growing in that role and seeing where it takes me.
Chris Pronger, our guest here on TMA. Check out chrispronger.com for the appearances and a variety of speaking engagements and the new book, Earned. What are your thoughts on what we're seeing from the Blues? They mounted a big charge in the month of March, then got themselves into a spot where, had they won in San Jose, all of a sudden they're on the doorstep of being the 8th seed in the Western Conference. Things didn't go well in San Jose, lost in overtime against the Kings. What are your thoughts now, big picture, on the Blues and some of these key players such as Parayko and Thomas, who are reported to be in the mix to go other places at the trade deadline, and what their futures look like here?
Yeah, that's, I think the last couple games a little disappointing. They had played so well. They looked like they were on such a run and roll. And then, just kind of, they were close games, I'll give them that. But those are games, if you want to be a playoff team, you want to be in contention, those are the games you got to win. And unfortunately, they fell a little bit short. You're also coming out of the Olympic break. They put themselves behind the 8 ball. I mean, you're asking an awful lot of a young team to go on and another heater similar to what they did last year. So, they've proven how they can play. They have the template. I mean, so for me, that's the most important with this hockey team, is that they look at when they're playing good, when they're rolling, so to speak, when they're playing at their optimal level. Why can't they do that all the time? Why aren't they able to bottle that up and say, from a game-to-game basis, this is the template, this is how we need to play to find success? So that, to me, that would be the biggest question mark if I'm Alex Steen, if I'm Jim Montgomery and the coaching staff and ownership. How do we put these players in a position to get off to a better start? And, that's kind of the X factor right now going into next season, because they're not making the playoffs now after those 2 losses.
Well, you worked in the front office for the Panthers, although oddly you were always just at Blues games. I thought was odd, but it's none of my business.
Scouting.
So you were in a front.
That's right. Pro scouting.
Pro scouting. Thanks, Doug. And then you were the director of hockey discipline. Irony.
Just a lot of shots in this question.
Suspended 8 times.
Yeah.
And then
what are you getting at, Martin?
now you're an author, broadcaster.
I'll sick Tim on you.
Okay. So my question is, and there's a question here, that what have you enjoyed the most post hockey? Which role?
Oh, it's interesting. I really enjoy. I've actually kind of enjoyed all of it. I really enjoyed being at the league. I got to sit in on all the managers' meetings, all the owners' meetings, and kind of be a fly on the wall and learn the business operations and the business of sports and the business of hockey. So that was a great learning experience. And then, I was got to be in the room when they were talking about bringing in Vegas and Seattle. So that's how far back my time at the league office goes. And then obviously working with Dale Talon and the Florida Panthers, it was a great opportunity to learn under, a great GM and Dale Talon. And, we were trying to rebuild that team, and the next guy gets to go on a heater, which was nice. It's funny. I look at all these trades. I'm like, well, we had circled Matthew Tkachuk. We had circled, I don't think we had Sam Reinhart, but we had circled Sam Bennett. We, all the trades that they made, we had been talking about, but our team wasn't ready. And frankly, Calgary wasn't ready to move on from them. So, but it's funny how things kind of work out. A lot of it's timing. A lot of it is, just where you are in the cycle of your team and whatnot. But I really enjoyed that. And then obviously, now what I'm doing now, I love the impact I have with speaking and just what people get out of it, the takeaways, and seeing them kind of light up and get ready to go take action. And then the broadcasting, able to kind of showcase the game of hockey and what I know and the nuance behind a lot of it is a lot of fun.
The quality of the broadcasting doesn't surprise me, because we were talking about this before the segment before you came on. How you had to, when we were down there, Doug, Martin, and myself, we couldn't just come over to your locker stall with just like the layup questions. You would put us to the test. So being a great broadcaster, that isn't surprising. But like the speaking and the financial advice and the detail that you go into, did you know that was something that you would be interested in going into once you would retire? Or is that something that emerged here relatively recently?
No, I had kicked tires on it a little bit. It when ESPN and TNT first bought the rights to hockey, I talked to both, went in and did a mock-up with John Buccigross at ESPN studio headquarters, and an agent had been talking to TNT, and it was so early in the process, they couldn't tell me what days I would work. They didn't have any of that done. It was like right at the very beginning. And I'm like, well, if you can't tell me what days I'm working, how can I negotiate a contract? And on and on and on. And I'm like, well, I can't leave this open-ended. And it just, my kids were still at home, so the timing wasn't perfect. And now as my boys have, gone to college, and my oldest just graduated last spring, and I got a lot more time on my hands, and I'm able to do some of this a little bit more frequently, and don't have to be around the house for as much with the boys, so I can get out and do the TV stuff and ply my trade there, and go off and do some speaking events while I'm doing that. So it's the best of both worlds.
The cover of the book, Earned, it's a celebratory Chris Pronger with the Stanley Cup wearing the Ducks jersey. And I'm like, gosh, if only that had been a Blues jersey. There had to have been years.
For sure.
I'm being serious.
You're gonna make me cry again, aren't you, Martin?
Well, no, I think...
You're like Roy Firestone Jr.
Clip that off.
But the team was so good, 98, 99, 2000, 2001.
96.
And you were so close. I mean, it just felt like those were teams that could have, and I know it was just heartbreak. Which one was the toughest exit? Now cry.
It was. There were plenty of moments, plenty of teams, plenty of opportunities where we thought we had the team to do it, and I think there's again, things happen for a reason. I'm a big believer that things happen for a reason. We learn from loss, we learn from mistakes, we learn from everything that we do, and it just wasn't my time, and it wasn't our time. And you think about the build up to then 2019 and kind of that parade and just how crazy Market Street was, and that event, and Bobby Plager, and just all the stuff. It was just that the timing for that was just spectacular. I think it was their correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was the 52nd year before they won. Is that accurate?
Well, they started in 67. So, yeah.
It gets confusing because there's lockout years and stuff.
There's math involved.
Math and lockouts.
I talk years. I don't subtract.
Okay. Sorry.
It's years of service versus years of playing versus years of whatever.
Don't get so surly, gosh. Jeez.
Give me a break, Martin.
Yes.
Clip that off.
As well. There was a request for you to retell, Texter, your day with the Cup. Was it not a party in Orange County, and you had the band Sugar Ray and the police showed up?
Mark McGrath.
Yes. Mark McGrath. Yes, this is correct. We, I had Sugar Ray come play my party, and I had a subterranean garage, and I set it up. I blacked it out and set it up like a club, and so after Sugar Ray played, we all went down into the club, Club Pronger, Club Stanley Cup, and as the music's blaring, and as everybody's blasted, as you might imagine, and I lived in Shady Canyon, so I lived in this canyon where the music was just reverberating all through the hillside, and the police had been trying to find my house for literally 3 hours. I lived right by the 405. They were across over by the 5 before they worked their way over to Shady Canyon. So when my party planner came and grabbed me, she was like, Chris, the police are here. I'm like, oh, perfect. Bring them in. We got the Stanley Cup here. We'll get some pictures. It'll be great. And so they came down. We took some pictures, and they're like, hey, Chris, can you turn the music down? I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we'll get right on that. Turn it down. They leave. Boom, crank it back up. And then they came back at 4. They said, oh, okay, time to shut her down. I'm like, yeah, probably right. The Cup guy was like, I'm tired. I need to take this thing before anything bad happens. So that was probably the right decision to make.
You ever lace up the skates nowadays? You get out and play much?
I do not. Zero. I have a knee replacement that I don't really want to test. So no, I don't skate.
Oh, did you miss that?
I don't think they'd like my brand of summer hockey.
Slashing the dickens out of people. It's like afternoon get-together, and they're getting slashed by the Hall of Famer. We got a texter who said that he's a big fan, and he shows his vehicle, and his vanity plate says 44 HKEY, I guess 44 hockey. So you got some great fans out there.
Well done.
Did your boys play hockey? A number of people were wondering that. I think good at basketball, I recall.
They did. Yeah, they played hockey up until they were, I think my middle son quit when he was 12, maybe 13, and then my oldest boy quit when he was 14. And they just, you know what, they didn't look like they were having fun, and I was like, well, don't do this because of me.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta want to do this. And ultimately they took, they were tall like me. They took up basketball and played lacrosse. So they enjoyed that. And now matriculating at school. So all is good.
I saw a text in here that I thought was pretty good. I'd be curious here, because I know you were talking to him early in the season when he was struggling. The development of Logan Mailloux here this season. He's had a hell of a run. I know it got a little rough in San Jose the other night, but overall, since the Olympic break, he's been damn good. And you've been talking with him. And what are your thoughts on what you've seen there in your conversations with him?
Yeah, it's more just, you got to trust your instincts, and, you're obviously under a microscope, much like I was. You gotta just work hard. Make sure you don't let it affect how you play. Don't try to prove people wrong, if you will, other than going out and putting the work in and getting better and working on your craft. And I think it's like anything. It was in the beginning a controversial trade, and now looking at what Bolduc's doing in Montreal, it doesn't look that great for them.
Right.
We could start questioning that trade the other way. But, I think with anything, you have to have patience. You have to develop. He hadn't played, as I went back and kind of looked at his career arc, if you will, from junior all the way through. He hadn't played a ton of time. He was, and then go through COVID and go through all these other things. He had played 2 years in the minors. He didn't really play much in junior. He didn't really, there was still a lot to learn and a large learning curve and development curve to follow. And I think, when he went down into the minors at the beginning of the year to kind of find himself and his confidence and whatnot, that I think was instrumental. And then him coming back and like, okay, this is how I need to play. And I'm sure they had a lot of conversations with him and just what they expected of him and how they wanted him to play. And, and also it's fit. He's found a nice little partner in Philip Broberg, and they've meshed really well together. They're both mobile defensemen. They both, can make a good first pass, and he needs, he's playing with that sandpaper in his game that fans love. So, I think people are starting to recognize the type of player he can be, and now it's incumbent upon him to kind of follow through and keep developing and growing and evolving his game.
Not a question, but I'm 31. Pronger was my first favorite player. Always happy to see him around the STL. That's a nice thought. Then more of a statement here. Chairman Steve says, next time you see Martin, will you choke him out?
Oh, wow.
That's a question. That's more of a statement.
Oh, rude.
That was rude. Sorry you had to hear that.
But apparently they don't like you.
Yeah. Chris, when I first got to town, they were really rough on me, and it really hasn't changed. So that's where our paths divert.
They still don't like you. Well played.
All right. ChrisPronger.com for all of his upcoming appearances, including April 14th at Stiefel Theater. Great little fireside chat before the game with the Blues and Penguins. Get online and then check out the book Earn, which is dropping on April 14th.
Yes. Chris Kerber will be asking some questions that you gentlemen did not. So
Wow. We all took
it. Won't be the same. Kerber's going to peel back the onion layers and dig deep.
Looking forward to it. This is good stuff.
Yes.
ChrisPronger.com. He won't call himself this. Doug, he's a mogul, and who knows, maybe he'll be the next GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Could very well be.
Our clip that will make viral today, Pronger says he wants the job.
That's exactly right. Yeah, we're gonna go attention whoring on social media with this clip.
Go get them.
Thank you,
boys. And also, you can buy the book on Amazon.com. That's a great spot to get it, too.
Yeah, this is a good one here. Amazon.com or ChrisPronger.com. Thanks, Prongs.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take it easy, man. That's Chris Pronger with us here on TMA on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
So much there. Just instant offense.
Yeah.
One of my favorite nuggets about him is that he's best friends with Dan Deerdorf. And I'm just like,
really?
Yeah. And
they live next door or something?
I think early in his career, Dan, they were at an event or something, they just kind of hit it off. And Dan is extremely sarcastic and funny too. And you get those two together, look out.
Yeah.
You got to be ready.
Yeah.
You just got to be ready.
Great conversation there with Chris Pronger. Miss anything? You can go back and podcast like the Dickens via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door, Jason Gosrow with the wonderful prize given away to the poor film student for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Month winner. And that is Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER door.com. Any garage door issues you have, go to schaeferdoor.com. They will come out quickly and fix it super fast. That's Schaefer Door Company, longtime TMA sponsor and the sponsor of the podcast on 101 ESPN. Check them out online at schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up to TMA at 101 ESPN. Doug, here's some Sugar Ray for you.
Okay.
They were at Pronger's party 20 years ago, huh?
Cops couldn't find him. I like that.
Yeah.
Couldn't find the house.
Club Pronger. Club
I just hope we
Chalice.
can get some Pooh Shiesty up in here.
Nice.
Clip that off.
I'm happy to play Pooh Shiesty.
You're going to get it then, Doug. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Just joined by Chris Pronger. That was a great conversation. I really enjoyed that. Tip of the cap, Martin. I mean, if it's a good guest on this show, you're getting him. That's it.
Here's a good question somebody sent in. Why no statue of Chris at Enterprise? He was a league MVP.
Well, and I think retired numbers, Hall of Famers, I'm not sure what is the standard for outdoors, because you got McInnes, Pronger, Federico, they've got statues, Hall of Fame, number retired. Maybe it's coming. I'll text Caruso. What? I heard Pronger. So what do you want? His favorite line?
Which one, Caruso or Pronger?
Caruso's favorite line, if I ask a question that he doesn't want to deal with, he'll just say, beat it.
I like that a lot.
Like tell the kids in the neighborhood in the old days, Doug, beat it.
Yeah, I like that.
Get out of
Michael
your yard.
Jackson, was that 83, 84?
I don't know the years, Tim.
I'll say 83 because it gets me 82 and 84, but I don't think 85's live. Beat it, and he had that jacket, and that's the jacket I wanted, but my parents got me the Thriller jacket.
Yeah. And you wore it to school very happy and proud and came home a broken child.
That's correct.
Which one had the zippers? Was it
The Beat It jacket.
Got it. That's the cooler one, in my opinion.
That's why I asked for it.
Yeah.
And had I worn that to St. Gabriel, I probably would have had all the ladies.
You'd have been a hero.
Right. They beat you up because it wasn't the Beat
I
It jacket.
kind of wondered about that, or maybe it would have been the black Billie Jean jacket if that would have gone better.
Did you wear the one glove as well? I guess they didn't do that in Thriller, but
I mean, this is South St. Louis. Nobody could afford the diamond-studded glove.
well, they couldn't afford the
They
second.
can't in Ladue.
They couldn't afford the second.
That's
glove.
the issue.
Yeah, they could only get the one.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Woo. Good morning, gentlemen. I haven't heard an email from Swope in about a month. Is he protesting his loss from February? P.S. Lick's call yesterday was so good, my urine changed from bright brown to ivory white. Some beef momo. Is that accurate?
Bright brown.
Oh.
Doug, it's beef momo.
Beef Momo.
Wow. Got a compliment to Mr. Lick's call, and then the very next email's from Mr. Lick's. Hey, Sharon and Clayton, it's actually not called a butler's pantry, you dumbass. The term dirty kitchen is a fully functional second kitchen hidden from guests so the main kitchen can stay clean and presentable. A butler's pantry is more of a staging area between the kitchen and dining room. This is where the butler manages china, silver, wine, etc. It might have a sink, but not a full kitchen. So why don't you keep your poor ass thoughts to yourself and don't ever try to keep up with someone in Ladue again. Thanks and go away. Doug, that's from Mr. Licks.
Mr. Licks with a condescending email.
You would expect something other than that?
Bayless trading opportunity. I have a collection of lint from my grandpa's dryer that I will trade for older, muscular guys to come over and pose for me. You can be heavy or a lady, but need to be between 59 and 67.
Oh, it could be a Bachelor Baseball.
I will give you one bottle for each pose, but only up to 3 bottles. You can pose as long as you want, but you can only have 3 bottles of Grandpa's lint. Extra credit if you grunt, groan, or growl. No trade for fishing poles, hot box cars, hamster wheels, or your grandpa's dryer lint. Why would I want your grandpa's dryer lint? That doesn't make any sense. Also, I just got rid of my human-sized hamster wheel, and I do not need another one. You cannot comment on my shoebox collection, but you can get extra lint if you like my LA Gear regulator pumps box. That one is keen. Equal opportunity trading opportunity in Bayless. That's from John. And Doug, he sent in a picture of himself.
Okay, how's he look?
God, I love
He's
John's
cute.
emails.
John, he's cute.
John, he's cute. Is that the name we're going to go with?
This is John, but I made the observation. He's cute. Hello, gentlemen. This is my very first email submission. Doug, a lot of new emailers coming along here.
Happy to have you.
I'm not really sure where to go with this, but I feel like that fits the narrative of these. Here are my thoughts. Short, horny guy. Old horny guy, DTF news guy, and of course, Jackie Papers. Man, what a team. Jackson, Where did you get your paper's nickname? I like it, but I also think we could do better. I mean, the boy has slept with Lisa Ann. Why not call him the Temu Johnny Sins?
Not bad.
Yeah, not great.
Okay.
Maybe that sticks. Maybe it doesn't. I don't care. I just care about Doug, his 20th century takes on everything. 20th century takes. That could be a podcast.
Yeah, I won't deny that. Yeah.
I started listening to TMA to get more knowledgeable on our St. Louis sports, but was blessed with a plethora of unpredictability and fortuitous and unpredictability and fortuitousness. Wow. Nice. And I love it. Just like Papers hopefully loves my word choice there. Can't wait to hear Tim's beautiful voice read this email like he reads the sweet, sweet sound stories. Happy Friday, you filthy animals. Doug, that's from your local meatball.
Local meatball. He's new.
You know what a golden griffin does? He turns lemon into lemonade. No better example than my buddy Butchie. Being a sixth-year senior, you had a unique... That's it. There's no noun.
Was that Kevin Miller? It was, wasn't it?
Is it unique, period?
That's it.
Oh, God.
You know, I read these for the very first time. I trust Chairman Kurt's filter. So I'm usually like, if I see something I think might be a problem with what we call the commission, the Federal Communications Commission, Johnny Law, I edit on the fly. In this case, I don't know what to do with this. Being a sixth-year senior, you had a unique, and then there's just a period.
Nice little email.
Kidnapped? You think kidnapped mid-email?
I don't know what happened. No, there's more.
Did he say Kevin Miller? Did he say Kevin Miller, or did he put another name on it?
There's who's to say it's Kevin Miller?
Well,
It's not, the email's not over.
Yeah, exactly. A once-in-a-lifetime chance of being a time winner of the coveted Vianney father-son Sterling Silver prophylactic trophy? They have a trophy?
I don't think so.
It's like he has his dog scribe it for him. He says it out loud.
The vote was tight, unlike my buddy Jimmy's dad's corn pocket. Oh, so Butchie just gave him the colon cowboy move right there on the dance floor as Mr. Finnegan passed out. He said, I vote for Butchie. Doug, that's from the first name's Willie and then last name, I don't know what ethnicity this is. Fistum?
Willie Fistome.
Welsh, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's Welsh. Like Ian Woosnam, the wee Welshman.
Tim throws it out there. The nonsense that it is, and Jackson actually gives you an answer.
Yeah, why not?
Kevin Miller.
My claim to fame? Kind of embarrassing, but the term double bagger was first used to describe me. Doug, that's from Midge.
Midge, so short. Midge is not attractive.
Sweet.
And finally, well, my girlfriend is worried about a screenwriting MFA supporting us. So she asked her other boyfriend, Hunter, for help. He's 6'2" and a genuinely nice guy. He's a bouncer at a gentleman's club, and he said he can get me a job. The hours are not ideal, but I thought at least there'd be some eye candy to keep my morale up. Not the case. They've put me in the bathroom to hand out mints and clean up all the soppins and droppins. It's not all bad. I bring my laptop to get some writing done on my breaks, and the girls are all real supportive of my dream. I'm working a double tonight, but it's okay. My girlfriend said her and Hunter are just going to have a movie night, Elizabeth Berkley's Showgirls. For them, I'll keep my hands dirty and my thoughts clean, and if they seek physical comforts with each other in the night, I'll be there at the dawn to help clean it all up. Doug, that's from the Poor Film Student. He's our champion from the month of March.
Poor Film Student.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. We shall vote, and we'll announce the winner coming up at 10:55. You can always go back and podcast the program via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, or you can watch it on YouTube and podcast that way. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel, and Doug gets gold bullion once we get to 6,800 subscribers. Martin, you're headed to onboarding. Fridays are always kind of fun. I know they do like little trivia.
Arts and crafts.
Yeah,
Sometimes we take the class outside.
Oh, yeah.
Sit on the cement. Just discuss matters. By the way, big news. Illinois got Quentin Coleman, the kid from Principia, scored 50 in the state title game in Missouri. Decommitted from Wake Forest recently. Just committed.
He's ILL?
Just big weekend for Illinois.
They're not going to be happy with Tigerland. Jackson is not happy right now,
He was supposed to visit Mizzou next weekend. Looks like that trip has now been canceled.
Oh, Papers. What's your reaction?
Final Four magic here.
Is he?
Now you pulling for UConn?
Class of 26.
He is a senior right now, so he will be on campus next year.
They probably gave him a trip to Indianapolis with tickets for the Final Four.
Could be.
All right.
It's all on the table.
Tigers got Jason Crow. We'll see on the hard
what
one
a
in
bragging
December.
rights battle that'll be. The
see
youngsters.
See you in December.
Wow.
Colonel posted 57 minutes ago, not hearing good things this morning, multiple sources. So there
It's
it is.
official.
It is
Quentin
official
Coleman
now.
dropped 50 in the state title game.
That's impressive. Good for him.
Papers, you cheering for UConn now?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, fair enough.
No.
Martin, enjoy onboarding. Chairman Kurt will slide into the dais. We'll come back with more here on 101 ESPN. Well, here we go. Big weekend. What else could you possibly ask for? Well, FanDuel's going to help you out with another reason to look forward to this weekend. Things are really heating up in the tournament, and FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost every single game day leading up to the big championship game. Build a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump in after tip-off. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. And here is Jackson Burkett with a play.
Yeah, Tim talked about same-game parlays right there. I got a same-game parlay for you in the Michigan-Arizona game. Perez Johnson Jr. over 11.5 points. Jaden Bradley of Arizona record 4 more assists.
Wow, there it is.
Plus
Papers with a
142.
parlay. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your first profit boost and keep the action going from now till the big championship. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals back in action today. 12-10 first pitch against Detroit. Michael McGreevy toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's TMA 101 ESPN show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, broadcasting from the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais. Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We'll announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at about 10:55. And then BK and Ferrario will take over. Big weekend on the sports scene, brother. Cardinals with a day game today, a lineup that has Doug Vaughn all fired up as Ramon Urias will hit cleanup. And then you got the Final Four this weekend. And Jackson, you have not announced where you'll be watching it.
I'm not positive where I'll be watching it yet. So.
Sam Ave.
Maybe. But who knows? Might be a private residence. Who knows?
A private? Are there any public residences?
Probably, yeah.
Like
Aren't
an
there?
apartment building? Would that be a public residence?
Well, I think like a main room, like one, like some of the apartments have like a shared kind of.
They do?
Well, like if it's a nice, like a newer luxury apartment complex.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, of course. You guys slept in tents until
Luxury,
you moved into homes.
Even the word I don't understand.
They'll have like a little room where you can watch TV and like rent it out. So I guess that might
Sounds
be.
like a college dorm.
Yeah, it's not dissimilar.
So that's a public residence.
Yeah.
Shirts
hall.
Yeah.
I never stayed in any of the dorms in Mizzou.
You didn't do some work in there?
I've been inside the dorms in Mizzou. But no, I transferred then, so never stayed in the dorms.
Well, Jackson, despite the commitment from Quentin Coleman to Illinois, you are still going to be cheering for ILL tomorrow. Of
course.
Maybe this will change your mind. Here's Danny Hurley's thoughts on making the Final Four.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it's like, dream come true, dream scenario, made for TV movie or Netflix. I guess goes right to streaming now, So, yeah, listen, we got a shock. I mean, listen, I've been shock coaching since really Tuesday. I had to let everyone enjoy it. I couldn't come in on Monday like a cold, damp blanket and just start destroying people on Monday. I mean, that just would have been just a cruel thing to do to people's spirit after such an incredible victory. But Tuesday, you just got to bring everybody back to reality. Like the reality is that moment's over. It's an incredible moment. You'll have that the rest of your life. But we came here for rings, not watches. Everyone that comes to the Final Four gets a beautiful watch. But only one group's going to get a ring. So get off social media, stop injecting the dopamine into your arm, and get serious about the preparation and the practice, because we don't hang banners for Final Fours at UConn. We hang national championship banners, and if you want to hang a banner, you got to get your eyes off social media, get your face out of the phone, and get locked in on Illinois, because Illinois is one of the best teams in the country, and they're as big a threat to winning this tournament as any of the four teams.
Tournament. You hear that? Tournament.
Yeah.
Now are you pulling for UConn?
Well, that was a reasonable statement.
Good.
That was fine.
Here we go.
It's just fine. I would go ahead and hang a banner for Final Fours, though. I think
Missouri doesn't hang banners for Final Fours?
No, well, there's
there.
a different reason for that.
What would that reason be?
They've never been there.
Okay. It's unfortunate. Ouch.
Papers is in a dark place, and that's why he will be at a private residence tomorrow. The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. this was Doug's request, and this is the truth. All right, Doug, you happy you requested it?
It's kind of as bad as I thought it was going to be.
So icy, boys.
Okay, and now he's heading to prison or jail? Probably.
Well, he's on 1017, Gucci Mane's label.
Innocent until proven guilty also.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Free shiesty.
Speaking of which, so is Tiger Woods. He will go to a jury trial. Jackson's shaking his head. I haven't even said anything.
Tough video yesterday.
Yeah.
Some tough video.
Well, they're all tough. I don't know what you'd expect if you get pulled over for
but that
driving like that.
I was like, man, that's my goat right
the
there.
fact that 48 hours ago I was hearing the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour saying he's going to play the Masters, or was it 72 hours ago? Either way. Whew. Whew. You know, sometimes you cash out the bet and you're getting like pennies on the dollar. I'm still happy I got my pennies on the dollar just so history records that before he announced he wasn't playing the Masters, I wasn't sitting there going today, he's still playing the Masters. Holy crap. I don't know when we'll see him again. Here's the thing where I know exactly where that road is.
Yeah.
We go there when we're down there, and it's a tight road.
Yeah, no shoulder really.
There is. I don't even know what he was doing.
Right.
It's one road when you go across. For those who have been to Jupiter for spring training, it's right by the lighthouse, and then you cross a bridge into right at the border of Jupiter and Tequesta to Jupiter Island, and that's where you will see homes that usually sit unoccupied for about 50 weeks of the year, even though they're worth $50 million. And that's where Tiger is, and that's the road that he's on. It's called South Beach Drive, I think. And it's 2 lanes, and there's no shoulder. And so he emerges from this little area where you can go, because on one side there's the Jupiter Inlet, and on the other side of it is the Atlantic. And you can hang out there, and in the waters, it's just that's where people hang out. So he goes into one of these little mangrove areas, and then he comes out. For those who haven't seen it, the fact that he had already been pulled over and he just wanders off on the phone is already one thing.
Well, he was talking to the president,
and then he comes back and he goes, "Yeah, I was just talking to the president." Yeah. I'm just like, oh,
probably trying to get an early pardon.
I'm just like, oh God.
But he didn't actually appear as impaired as I thought he might. I mean, he was talking in a normal sort of manner. The question is, why were you going so damn fast?
The hiccups in the car was like,
I thought the car part when he was in the car was where I was like, oh my God.
To me, when you looked into his eyes, it was like, I see what the police were seeing.
Holy crap. But yeah, I was just, I don't know. So for the record, he is. His girlfriend is the former daughter-in-law of President Trump. His girlfriend was married to Donald Trump Jr. And so, I mean, just even if he wasn't seeing her, I'm sure he has a rapport with President Trump, who is a resident in the area and plays a lot of golf and has been with Tiger. But that was the additional connection. So it was kind of like letting the police know, hey,
yeah,
I'm on the phone with the president. You might have jurisdiction here, even though this wasn't necessarily a federal situation. But yeah, the video in the back of the car, I'm just like, oh my goodness.
Watching him, how much pain he's in also getting into the car. That's really tough. Yeah.
But as one of my buddies said in one of our group chats, he had the staff bag with him. He was playing the Masters.
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean?
He was certainly going to do everything
he wasn't
he could.
going. I think he was on his way to Medalist, which is just up the road from where he was heading, to practice. And I think the intent was to play.
Yeah, he's wearing that leg sleeve he always wears when he's practicing. So, yeah.
Oh,
hate it for him.
Whew. Yow. Ah. Yeah, I don't know what the next realistic step is there.
Right, because I mean, every day that goes by, I just imagine it's so difficult for him to walk a golf course of any kind for a full 18, let alone 72 holes if he's in contention. Mixing that with trying to swing like he does, it just seems like, and it sucks because, like, you're your body's kind of given up on you. But that's where it seems like we're at with him.
Well, there's a difference between, we're essentially the same age. He's, I guess, a year older. But what he did was he put his body through it. Certainly he was one of the first guys to, really weight train. In Jay Delsing's book, he talks about how there used to be like a little trailer where there were some places some guys might go by and lift some weights, but it was light weights. I mean, you saw, if you look at videos, the guys winning tournaments in the 80s and 90s, it's a lot different than what it looks like now.
Yeah.
And then he changed that, but then he also had, if you remember, he's training with Navy SEALs, and he just had these things that
violent swing
that played a role in breaking his body down. And so the pain he's in with all the surgeries, but some of the surgeries are a byproduct of the accident from 2021.
Right.
So when I say next step, I'm not even talking about golf. Because I think locally, there was a real hope that he would be playing at Norwood in September at the Stiefel Classic. So what I'm saying is I don't know how not that he has any interest in the public arena anyway, but I don't know what the reintroduction would be. Will he go, holy crap, I can't believe what's been going on here and I'm so glad that I'm out of it, and I look back on it? I don't know. I mean, I'm saying something that is incredibly obvious, and I recognize it, but this is in the train of thought that, painkillers are incredibly addictive. He's gotten clearance from the Martin County Court to go into rehabilitation overseas for the purpose of privacy. But I just don't know how. And I just don't know I don't know when we'll see him next, I guess, and what that will look like. And by what that looked like, not talking about his appearance, but what he will say. Mm-hmm. He did the thing after the very public divorce that was more about the various women involved, where he issued a statement, the famous blue curtain statement. Doug, can you picture that from 16 years ago, where he stood in front of, and there's like he had an audience. His mom was in the front row. I don't know. I mean, this is infinitely more serious than that. I mean, that was, perfect gossip stuff, but this is, you're taking other people's lives into risk when you're doing that stuff, and I don't know, man. I don't know.
People will forgive him. They did from the last time when he had that horrible wreck in California.
Well, it's not a case of not forgetting. That's not where I am. I'm not doing the judge or jury. I'm just curious how he's going to handle it. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
This isn't like me judging. I've so much as going, I don't know how he goes back into it. Because I think a lot, I saw that video was posted on, I don't know if it was Golf Digest Instagram, and there was rage, not at Tiger, but at Golf Digest for posting the video.
Yeah, I saw that too.
There's a lot of rage that the video was posted.
Like that should be a private moment?
I think from golf fans, because that wasn't like a news network, from golf fans, this guy essentially has allowed your publication to exist, and now you're doing him like that. I'm not saying that that's I'm just saying that that's what was being written.
Well, as you try to find some kind of a defense for him, nothing that he's done has been because he's mean-spirited or he's never really tried to hurt anybody. I guess he hurt his first wife emotionally, but with all the girlfriends. But he hasn't really done anything. He hasn't hit anybody. He hasn't injured anybody, and never has seemed to have had an intent to do that. He's just he got hurt a few times. He's a very poor judge of when to get behind the wheel of a car. That's for sure. But again, none of it's mean-spirited. You don't hate him for any of it. I don't anyway. He just needs to get a better handle and know when and when he cannot get behind the wheel of a car. That seems to be the root of most of his problems.
The getting pulled over late at night, early in the morning in 2017. That was one situation. And the 2021 one, that was a high-speed situation on a road in Los Angeles. And then this one was high-speed on a 2-lane road in Jupiter Island. So
Terrible
I think
driver.
some would counter that he is just fortunate that he hasn't either hurt other people or himself more than he's already hurt himself. And that is what Lisa is saying. Doug, getting behind the wheel of a car impaired, really, really, come on. So it didn't result in it, but, you know.
Oh, yeah. Had he hurt anybody in this last wreck, he might be going to jail. Because if you're on your second or third DUI or driving while impaired and cause injury to someone else, that usually ends up in jail time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad stuff.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Then you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais for Martin Kilcoyne, who's dealing with onboarding, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug, here we go. It's about to happen tomorrow. Final Four action ILL. You know who believes? Stanford Steve. Chairman Kurt and I are Scott Van Pelt podcast lemmings, and Stanford Steve is high on ILL.
I don't feel like Illinois has caught I didn't even feel like they caught their stride when I saw them in Maryland in the last regular season game. But in the last 3 weeks, man, they've been as good as anybody. And I am in the belief they could win it.
I thought style of play would matter against Houston. If it's not a phone booth game, it did exactly what I thought they could do. But the ball has to go in the bucket. Yep. And it did. They have great size, but it's skilled size. It's not just big guys that are pounding on you. It's talented, gifted. Everyone can pass, dribble, and shoot. Spread you out. You made this point to me off air last night. Underwood figuring out who's my close them out guys.
The closing lineup, and Stojakovic has to be out there. He's too good, man.
Well, that's the team that I think will be probably talked about the least, because Arizona, Michigan's this incredibly sexy matchup of ones. UConn just did what they did. There's the caravan angle. There's how they beat Duke. There's Hurley. Illinois' story's plenty compelling.
I think they're going to have the most fans. Those streets are flooded.
They will flood the zone with orange.
Yeah, and they're deep. They play 8 guys. They've got 5 guys averaging in double figures.
Yep.
It's not like they just count on one of them.
Yep. Stojakovic has really found where he's at. Yeah, they're loaded. And I love watching David Mirkovic play. He is all over the place all the time. Unique size, but has a ton of skill. I really like him. Yeah. A great player. And a great interview.
Is he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Really good.
All right. Well.
Yeah, I'll be rooting hard for the ILL.
And what's the spread on that?
1.5. It was 2.5. Illinois minus 2.5. Yeah. Now they're minus 1.5. Michigan is minus 1.5 against Arizona in the nightcap. As much as it pains me to say this, wow. This is from the St. Charles Illini too. As much as it pains me to say this, UConn by 10. Take UConn.
Wow.
The St. Charles Illini.
That's a guy who's just seen too much of his own team.
How about that?
He's seen too much of his own. I get there a lot with Missouri. You see too much of them. You don't try. You focus on the stuff that's bad, and you kind of play off the stuff that's good. I get it.
Is that preemptive copium? You think he's?
I don't know. I was wondering that.
Could be a little element of that.
I was wondering that. I feel like throughout the year we had a good gauge on the Billikens. The reality. I didn't expect them to beat Georgia like they beat them. And I thought at the end teams had figured them out. And to their credit, I think like the second half of the George Washington game in the A-10 tournament, it's like, oh, they're back. They had been kind of asleep here for a little while. And they carried that over into the Dayton game in the A-10 tournament and then against Georgia. And really, against Michigan, it just, when you see the score, you go, they couldn't have possibly played well. Well, they kind of played well. Michigan's just that much better. Missouri was torturesome to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, there were some moments that were, some stretches that were fun.
But God almighty, it drove me up the wall watching that. I'd like to think, but I remember I picked the Rangers to beat the Cardinals in 2011. So I don't just, it's a home team. I'll pick the home team. If I think the team's better, I think the team's better. Sometimes I'm off the mark on it. So I don't know. Maybe it is, like you said, Chairman Kurt, advanced copium. Cronky's Cuckstatch says, St. Charles Illini is an absolute moron. Illinois fan here, and we have reached our peak play. This is solely based on our defense. We can score with anyone. Now we can defend anyone. That's from Cronky's Cuckstatch. He loves ILL. He doesn't like the St. Charles Illini. Beercats doesn't like Illinois, as he was mentioning at the beginning of today's program. It's Team Europe. I'm not impressed. Go UConn. And he's sending that from a 618 area code. We got a break. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Winner next here on TMA.
For over 135 years, Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. What does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related, wealth management, check, banking through Stifel Bank. Yep, own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices across the St. Louis region, more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success. And they've certainly had great success with the Stifel Charity Classic. They've raised more than $4.2 million for charity since that tournament began in 2020. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues and Ducks right here on 101 ESPN tonight. Puck drop at 9. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
All right, Doug, it's time to announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Hey, Team A listeners, appliance discounters with an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off your already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they're called the appliance discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of our 7 area locations in Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. Jackson, who won today?
Mr. Licks.
Mr. Licks! What a win for Licks. He's very dangerous. We got to go. Bye.